Please like, share, and subscribe. Wishing you happiness and good luck every day.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into the incredible early years of tech investor Masayoshi Son to really understand what it takes to forge a legend, long before anyone even knew his name. So think about this for a second. At just 19 years old, while most of us are just trying to figure out what to major in, Masayoshi Son had already mapped out a 50-year plan for his entire life. This wasn't some vague dream. It was a straight-up declaration of intent. And that's the real question, isn't it? I mean, who does that? That kind of insane foresight, it doesn't just pop out of thin air. The answer, it turns out, is buried in his beginnings. A childhood that was defined by hardship and an absolutely unbreakable promise. So let's start there. Son's story, it doesn't begin with privilege. It begins with the profound burning drive of an outsider who was determined to make his mark on the world. Just try to picture this. He's growing up in a place that literally doesn't have a street address. It's like his family didn't even exist on the map. They did whatever it took to survive. Son actually recalls helping his grandmother pull this heavy wooden cart through the neighborhood, collecting slimy food scraps just to feed their livestock. This was his normal. And here's what's so crucial. In that environment, it would have been so easy to become better, right? But his grandmother gave him this powerful sense of perspective. She taught him that this wasn't about holding grudges. It was about overcoming. It was about gratitude and responsibility. And that advice became his mission. Watching his parents and grandparents work so hard, a young Masayoshi made a vow to himself. His ambition wasn't just for him. It was about lifting his entire family out of the shadows and finally getting them the recognition he felt they deserved. So while his circumstances were incredibly humble, the belief inside his own home was just monumental. His father, Mitsunori, wasn't just encouraging, he was like a prophet, constantly telling his son he was destined for greatness. That relentless belief, day in and day out, lit an absolute fire in him. So armed with his incredible inner drive, Son realized that the standard path in Japan was just too slow, and it was filled with obstacles. He needed to make a radical move. He basically saw two futures. In Japan, he knew he was facing a system where his Korean heritage would always be a hurdle. But America, he saw that as a true meritocracy, a place where, as he put it, if I first succeed in America, then my achievements will be recognized in Japan. It was a bold and brilliant strategy to just bypass the entire system. And his mindset was on full display from the second he landed. He gets to America as a 16-year-old sophomore and immediately decides high school is a waste of time. He marches into the principal's office, gets promoted twice in a week, and then demands to take the college admissions test. When they told him no, he just walked out, went straight to the faculty room, and argued his case until the Board of Education finally granted him an exception. Just absolutely audacious. So now he's a college student, years ahead of schedule, and it's here at UC Berkeley where two encounters would set the entire course for his life. One was all about technology. The other was deeply personal. This moment is just incredible. He's in a supermarket, picks up a magazine, and sees this magnified picture of a microprocessor. And he says, "Nothing moved me so much." He felt his hands start to quiver and warm tears just streamed down his face. In that one tiny geometric carving, he saw the entire future of humanity, and he knew right then and there that he had to be a part of it.
At the very same time, he meets Masami Ono. He was so completely convinced she was the one that a huge reason he was so desperate to skip high school was so he wouldn't be separated from her for 3 years. Right there, his professional and personal ambitions fused together, and that just pushed him forward at an unbelievable pace.
So you're a college student with this massive vision, but zero capital. How do you even get started? Well, for Son, the answer was to turn invention into a daily discipline. And this is just pure, relentless action. He set an alarm clock for 5 minutes every single day, and in that tiny window, he forced himself to come up with one new invention. He didn't wait around for inspiration to strike. He manufactured it. This discipline filled his notebook with over 250 detailed ideas. And he was totally systematic about it. He used 3 main methods. He'd solve a simple problem. He'd think laterally, changing an existing concept. But his favorite, the one that really paid off, was mixing and matching, which let him innovate systemically. And that mixing and matching method, it hit the jackpot. Using a computer program to combine hundreds of items, one idea just rose right to the top, a pocket-sized device that could translate and then speak. It was completely revolutionary. So after convincing a world-renowned Berkeley professor to help him build a prototype, he flew to Japan and secured a contract with Sharp Electronics worth about $1 million. He was still a student, and he now had the war funds he had planned for all along. Okay, so when we look back at these early years, we're not just seeing a bunch of interesting stories. We are literally watching the forging of the exact traits that would come to define his entire career. This isn't just a list of things he did. It's a blueprint. The immense vision was there from the very start. The relentless action was totally non-negotiable. His outsider status became his primary motivation, and his ability to persuade was already world-class. Everything he would become was visible right there in these early years. And that brings us to our final thought. The story of Masayoshi Son's youth feels almost like a force of nature. It makes you wonder, when someone possesses this incredibly rare combination of a crystal-clear, long-term vision and an absolutely relentless daily drive to act on it, is their success a matter of luck, or is it simply a matter of time?
All right, let's dive into a really critical moment in the life of tech visionary Masayoshi Son. We're going to talk about a moment from his youth that really sets a stage for the global empire he would eventually build. And it all kicks off with one single, incredibly audacious thought.
I am going to conquer the world. Just let that sink in for a second. This wasn't some CEO in a high-rise boardroom. Nope, this was the internal monologue of a teenager who had just landed in a brand new country. What an incredible statement, right? It just makes you wonder.
I mean, where does that kind of ambition even come from? You might think it started in some brilliant business pitch or a university lab, but for Masayoshi Son, it all began with something deeply personal, something really jarring, at an airport departure gate.
So, let's rewind the clock. It's the summer of 1973. A 15-year-old Masayoshi Son is about to leave Japan for the very first time. He's headed to America for an English program, and he is just buzzing with excitement. But that feeling, it's about to be completely shattered.
Okay, so picture this. He's with all his friends, walking up to the departure gate, ready for this big adventure. And then an official stops him, points, and directs him away from his classmates to the line for foreigners. See, Son was born and raised in Japan, but he was a Zainichi Korean, an ethnic Korean resident. And in that one single moment, his own country basically looked at him and said, "You're not one of us. You're an outsider."
That single moment at the airport pretty much laid out the two worlds he was stuck between. In Japan, he felt like he was always going to be defined by his nationality, always on the outside looking in. But America represented this incredible hope, a place where maybe, just maybe, he'd be judged by who he was as a person, not where his family came from. And that contrast? Well, it became the fuel for everything that came next.
So he gets on the plane, lands in San Francisco, and almost immediately after arriving at the University of California, Berkeley, a huge shift starts to happen inside him.
And this might sound like just a poetic detail, but it was so much more than that. It was this powerful metaphor for what he was feeling. He said that when he took his first deep breath of California air, he felt all this physical and mental stress just melt away. The sky itself felt like a symbol of new, absolutely limitless possibilities. Those first few weeks were a total whirlwind. He's struggling to just pronounce simple words like McDonald's. He was completely blown away by the sheer scale of American freeways and shopping malls. And he would spend his afternoons just wandering around the Berkeley campus, taking it all in. He saw students from every background imaginable, some protesting, some just chilling on the lawn. And the main thing was, everyone was just being themselves. And this is where it all clicked. On that campus, it just didn't matter where you came from. It was a true melting pot, not just in theory, but in real life. He saw firsthand that your success and your relationships were built on you, the individual, not on some label you were given at birth. So what do? You're 15 years old, and your entire worldview has just been rewired. What's your next move? Well, for Son, it was a decision that was going to absolutely stun everyone he knew. After only 4 weeks in America, he goes back to Japan for the summer break. He comes back with a bit of a tan, a huge smile, and an announcement that was about to send absolute shockwaves through his entire family. I mean, can you just imagine that scene? In a culture where education and following a set path is everything, he tells his family he's done with high school. In Japan, anyway, the reaction, as you can probably guess, was immediate and it was fierce.
Oh man, his family and relatives threw everything they had at him. They tried logic, you know? You worked so hard to get into this school, just graduate. Then they hit him with emotion and guilt. His father was sick, his mother would be heartbroken, the family was struggling financially. The pressure on this kid must have been absolutely immense.
But Son, he had this powerful counter-argument ready. He wasn't just running away from something, he was running towards a very specific goal. He knew, with total clarity, that in Japan, his nationality might always be a ceiling. But in America, if he could make it big there, Japan would have absolutely no choice but to recognize him.
So, the family conflict is at a total stalemate. It's basically him against everyone, and then the one person you might expect to object the most, his ailing father, steps in, right from his hospital bed. And folks, this is the real turning point of the whole story. His father, Mitsunori, who is lying in a hospital bed with a serious condition, becomes his son's greatest champion. He saw the fire and the conviction in Masayoshi's eyes, and he gave him his blessing. But it came with two simple yet profound conditions.
That's it. Just two requests. First, come home once a year, so you stay connected to your family. And second, marry someone who shares your cultural roots. This wasn't a list of rules, it was a father's way of saying, go, chase your dream, but please, don't forget who you are and where you come from. This was the green light Son desperately needed.
So, with his father's blessing in his pocket, Son got ready for his final departure. In February of 1974, he left Japan, but this time he wasn't a summer student on a short trip. No, he was a young man on what he saw as a life-or-death mission.
And man, he did not waste a single second. He lands in February and immediately enrolls in an English school. He studies like a man possessed, even refusing to speak Japanese just so he can learn English faster. And by September, that's just 7 months later, he's already enrolled as a sophomore in an American high school. The focus and determination is just unbelievable.
At his new school up in Oakland, there was this chapel balcony with a panoramic view. On a really clear day, you could see the iconic bridges of the Bay Area, and somewhere out there, just beyond those bridges, was a place he didn't even know existed yet. A place called Silicon Valley.
And that's the beautiful, ironic twist at the beginning of his journey, isn't it? This 16-year-old kid on that balcony, who had just fought his entire world for a chance to define himself, was literally gazing out at the very place where he would one day try to conquer the world. He just had no idea yet.
When you boil it down, Masayoshi Son's story really begins with this incredible act of defiance. The world gave him a label, it gave him a box, and it gave him a line to stand in. And he chose to leave that line and find a place where he could build his own identity from scratch. It leaves us with a pretty powerful question that really defined his entire future. What do you do when the world tries to tell you who you are?
All right, today we've got a story that is just wow. It's all about ambition, serious impatience, and basically just rewriting the rules as you go. We're talking about a young guy whose vision for his future was so massive, so huge, that a normal high school timeline just wasn't going to cut it. And it all kicked off with this one single, kind of epic thought.
I mean, listen to that. That's not just a goal, right? That's like his personal operating system. It was the code driving every single move for a teenage Masayoshi Son. He wasn't thinking about, prom or the next school year. From the get-go, he was programming himself for a spot in the history books.
Okay, let's set the scene. Picture this. It's 1974. A 16-year-old Masayoshi Son, who actually went by Jung-Yui Son back then, he lands in California. He enrolls as a sophomore at Saramont High School, and he's got these huge expectations. He's thinking, this is it. This is the ultimate academic challenge that's going to forge my entire future.
And for a minute, it was exactly what he'd imagined. His classmates looked like they walked straight out of a movie. He's living this American dream. But that honeymoon phase? Yeah, it did not last long. He realized pretty quick that the big academic challenge he was so hungry for just wasn't there. The work wasn't just different. For him, it was shockingly easy.
And this really gets to the heart of the problem, doesn't it? He came to America expecting to be pushed, to face this whole new level of academic challenge. But the reality? He felt like he was already miles ahead of everyone else in his class. And for a guy with his kind of ambition, that's not a relief. That's a full-blown crisis.
So what does he do? Does he wait? Complain? Nope. He walks straight into the principal's office, Principal Anthony Trujillo, and makes this wild request. He asks to skip a grade. The principal was, and I'm putting this lightly, completely floored. I mean, you've got this new student who hadn't even finished his freshman year back home demanding to jump an entire grade. It wasn't a thing that people did.
But somehow, Son gets his way. He's made a junior, and for the next 5 days, he basically becomes a school legend. The guy studies with an intensity that just left everyone speechless. We're talking textbook in hand, always, while eating, even in the restroom. The principal sees this unstoppable drive, and does something you just never see. He promotes him again. And just like that, in a handful of days, the new sophomore is now a senior.
But you have to understand, for a guy like Son, making it to senior year wasn't the finish line. Oh no, it was just the starting block for his most insane plan yet. A totally reckless gamble to just short-circuit the entire high school system.
So what was the plan? It all came down to this one thing, the high school equivalency test. See, in the US, you can take this test, and if you pass, you can apply to college without ever actually getting a high school diploma. It's kind of like a backdoor into university. And Son, well, he planned to kick that door right off its hinges.
So just to spell out how insane this plan was, he was going to compress 2 full years of high school
into just 3 weeks of nonstop, relentless studying.
And to pull it all off, he had to pass all 6 required subjects. No failing allowed. If he failed even one, his whole dream would be put on hold for an entire year. The stakes were huge.
And just look at this list of subjects. This isn't just one area of expertise. He had to prove he knew his stuff across the board, from hard sciences like physics and chemistry to social sciences, and all of this in a language he was still just learning. His principal even wrote him a recommendation letter, but secretly he was thinking, there's no way this kid is going to pass.
So, test day arrives. It's a 3-day ordeal, 2 subjects each day. Son sits down, his entire future is riding on this, and then bam. He immediately slams into a bureaucratic brick wall he absolutely did not see coming. He gets the test papers, and he's just shocked. I mean, we're talking a stack of paper, 20 to 30 pages for each subject. That would be a ton of reading for a native English speaker, let alone for him. He realized right then and there, at this rate, he wasn't just going to fail. He wouldn't even have time to finish reading the questions.
So, he goes up to the test inspector and makes what sounds like a totally reasonable request, right? Hey, can I please use a dictionary and maybe get a little extra time? The answer was a hard, flat no. The rules are the rules, period. Now, for pretty much anyone else, that would have been it. Game over. But this is the part that tells you everything you need to know about this guy. What he does next is just incredible. He doesn't argue with the inspector, he doesn't throw in the towel, he just gets up, walks out of the room, and takes his case to a higher authority, the faculty office. He makes this direct, passionate plea, and the teachers are so impressed by his fire that they take it up the chain. They get on the phone with the Board of Education. And unbelievably, the chairman of the board personally approves his request. Son didn't just bend the rules here. He completely rewrote the rulebook right there on the spot.
Okay, so now all he had to do was actually pass the test, and it was an absolute marathon. While all the other students are packing up and leaving at 3 p.m., Son is still there, just grinding away. The first day, he doesn't finish until 11 at night. The second day, after slogging through American history, it's past 11 again. By the time the third and final day rolls around, he's just completely exhausted, finally finishing up sometime after midnight.
And just like that, the ordeal is over. He's given it absolutely everything he has. He felt like whatever the result was, he could live with it because he knew he'd pushed himself to the absolute limit. There was nothing left to do but wait.
So, 2 very long weeks crawl by, and then an envelope shows up from the State Board of Education. This is it, the single piece of paper that holds the answer. Did his insane gamble actually pay off? You can just imagine his heart pounding as he tears it open.
His eyes are just scanning the page, he's not even looking at the scores, he's just searching for that one all-important word. And then, he sees it. Accepted. He did it. He actually did it. He just lets out this huge, triumphant cry of bonsai, which is kind of like shouting hooray.
But what's really fascinating here is how he actually passed. I mean, take a look at these scores. Math, near perfect. Physics, did great. But his scores for English, history, and geography, not so good. Actually, they were pretty poor. So he didn't ace this thing. He brute forced his way through it. He didn't succeed because he was brilliant at everything. He succeeded because of something way more powerful, just sheer, unstoppable willpower. And so if you look at the official high school records, you'll see that on October 23, 1974, Zainichi Son officially withdrew. He had basically finished high school in just a few weeks. He was already on his way to becoming a college student. His time at Serramonte High was over almost as fast as it had begun. And that right there is the real takeaway. When you see that kind of focus, that absolute refusal to take no for an answer, that willingness to bet everything on himself, and he's only 16 years old, it really makes you wonder, right? What kind of limits could possibly hold a person like that back?
You know, some people's lives feel like a straight line. But for others, their entire journey, their whole trajectory, gets defined by just a few powerful life-altering moments. Today, we're going to dive into the story of Masayoshi Son, a tech titan whose path was forged by 3 of these exact kinds of encounters, meetings that set him on a course to literally change the world.
So where do we start? Not with business plans or stock prices, no. We start right here with a first impression. This is what Masayoshi Inoue, the woman who would later become his wife, thought when she first met him. It's just a wonderfully human and honestly a pretty funny way to kick off the story of a future billionaire.
All right, so let's talk about that first encounter. Because long before he was driven by technology, Masayoshi Son was driven by something, well, something we can all relate to, a high school crush. And it was this initial spark that really gave us the first glimpse of his incredible ambition.
Now this is where it gets wild. Think about this for a second. Masami was 2 years older than him, so he's facing the idea of being separated for 3 whole years while he finishes high school. What does he do? He doesn't just wait. No way. He speeds up his entire education, skipping grades just so he could join her at Holy Names College. Right there, that's the first real proof of his relentless, goal-obsessed mindset.
Okay, so that first encounter, that built the engine, gave him the drive. But this second one, this is what gave him the map. This is the moment a personal goal completely transformed into a global vision. And it was all thanks to a picture he just happened to see in a magazine.
So just picture the scene, right? A young Masayoshi Son is just browsing a supermarket. He picks up a copy of Popular Electronics magazine. He's flipping through it, and then he sees it. A big, magnified photo of this tiny piece of silicon, the Intel 8080 microprocessor. Now, for most of us, that's kind of neat, maybe, but for Son, it was a full-on revelation.
And I am not exaggerating here. He said later that his hands actually started to quiver, you know, like they might during a really powerful scene in a movie. He said warm tears were literally streaming down his face. He wasn't just looking at a piece of tech. In his mind, he was looking at the future, at a kind of intelligent life form that was going to change humanity forever. And look, this wasn't just some passing interest. It became a total, all-consuming obsession. He cut that picture out of the magazine, put it in a plastic file, and carried it with him everywhere. And I mean everywhere. He even took it to the restroom with him. He slept with it under his pillow. This little picture became his constant companion, a physical reminder of the digital revolution he just knew was coming.
But here's where the story gets even more incredible. Son's big epiphany, it wasn't happening in a vacuum. He was about to find out that he was part of this small, scattered tribe of young geniuses who were all having the exact same revelation at the exact same time.
So get this. In the very same issue of Popular Electronics, a Harvard sophomore named Bill Gates saw an article for a small microcomputer. And just like Son, it hit him like a ton of bricks. He knew that personal computing was going to change everything. And that just shows you the magic of that moment, right? 2 future titans, thousands of miles apart, both lit up by the same source. Gates drops out of Harvard to start Microsoft, and for Son, his life's direction was now locked in.
This whole era actually got a nickname, the Warring States period of computers, and it was exactly what it sounds like, this turbulent, super competitive time. A whole generation wasn't just inventing products, they were basically battling to define the future. And they were all these young warriors who saw the incredible potential of that single-chip microcomputer.
And just look at the lineup from this period. It's legendary. You've got Gates and Allen starting Microsoft in '75, then Jobs and Wozniak founding Apple the very next year. Son was part of this exact same generation, a historic group of founders who just seemed to pop up out of nowhere to build the world we live in today.
So, you've got the personal drive locked in. You've got the crystal clear technological vision. What's next? Well, Son did what all the great founders do. He turned that vision into an absolutely maniacal work ethic.
He described his approach as hardcore, and yeah, he wasn't kidding. He literally bought a door and put it on top of some steel cabinets to make a giant desk. He studied while he ate, even while he was in the shower. He'd listen to recorded lectures in his car and would actually pull out his textbook at red lights, and yeah, he got honked at a lot. He was just obsessed with not wasting a single solitary second.
So you can just imagine what a bizarre sight he must have been on campus. People would just stare as this guy ran, not walked, ran between classes with a yellow backpack, his pocket literally stuffed with like 15 pens, a ruler, and a calculator. But he didn't care. That one encounter with that one microchip had given him such a clear mission that nothing else mattered. It just goes to show you how a singular focus can make all that outside noise, all that judgment, totally irrelevant.
So it all comes down to this, doesn't it? A high school crush gave him the drive. A picture in a magazine gave him the vision, and realizing he was part of a revolution gave him the context. These three encounters created the perfect storm. So I'll just leave you with this question to chew on. What really happens when a truly life-changing vision meets an absolutely unstoppable will? Well, the story of Masayoshi Son gives us one incredible answer to that.
We all know Masayoshi Son as this larger-than-life titan of tech and investing. But before all of that, he was a student in America, and he was intense. So let's dive into the formative college years that really forged one of the most ambitious minds in modern business.
His eyes were shining. I mean, think about that. That's how one of his very first instructors in the US remembered him. It wasn't just about being smart or getting good grades. It was this raw energy, this fire that you just couldn't ignore. So what was it about this young guy that made him so unforgettable right from the get-go?
Well, it all started with an intensity that was frankly almost superhuman. From the moment he landed in the States, Son was just operating on a completely different frequency than everyone else.
To put this into perspective, check this out. On October 1st, 1975, the whole world is watching Muhammad Ali become the greatest in the boxing ring. And on that very same day, thousands of miles away, Masayoshi Son is in his own kind of fight, an all-out intellectual war, totally determined to become a giant in his own field.
3 to 5 hours. That's it. That was how much he slept a night. And we're not talking about just during finals week. No, this was his normal routine. His days were just completely consumed by one thing and one thing only: studying. To really get his level of dedication, you have to know about his role model, Sontoku Ninomiya. This is a legendary figure in Japan, famous for literally reading a book while walking and carrying firewood on his back. The whole philosophy was simple. You never, ever waste a moment. Every single second is a chance to learn something.
Okay, this next story just says it all. Right before a big exam period, he gets incredibly sick. We're talking high fever, can't get out of bed sick. Now, most of us would panic, right? But him? The source says he was internally jumping for joy. He actually saw it as the ultimate test. And the result? Straight A's in every single course. It was only later that he went to the hospital and found out it was something much more serious than the flu. Just unbelievable.
But look, his ambition wasn't just about books and grades. Not at all. He was already thinking like an entrepreneur, which led him to his very first business, and a pretty harsh lesson.
So he sees this unused kitchen on campus and boom, a light bulb goes off. He actually pitches the school administration, convinces them to let him use it for free, and opens up this popular late-night spot for students. It was a massive hit until he found out his friend, his co-manager, was stealing money right out of the register. The whole thing folded in less than 6 months.
So yeah, the business failed, but the lesson he learned, that was priceless. It basically formed a core belief for his entire career. You can't do business alone, but you have to be so careful about who you choose as a partner. Trust is everything.
Now, to really understand where this entrepreneurial fire came from, we actually have to rewind a bit, back to a huge moment in Japan before he even came to America.
You see, when he was just a high school kid, Son read this book by Den Fujita. the guy who founded McDonald's Japan. He was so blown away that he basically hunted Fujita down until he agreed to a meeting. And in that meeting, Fujita gave him advice that would change the entire course of his life. He said, "Forget food. You need to go into the computer business." But Fujita gave him something even bigger than career advice. See, Son had grown up with this cultural belief that making money was kinda, well, dirty. But Fujita just shattered that idea. He told him, "There is neither clean nor dirty money." And that one sentence completely rewired Son's brain. It totally unleashed his ambition and changed how he saw the world of business forever. Okay, so armed with this brand new mindset and an insane academic record, Son set his sights on the next big goal: transferring to one of the most prestigious universities in the country. Let's just be real about the odds he was up against. Only 10% of transfer students from his college actually got into UC Berkeley. That's a 90% chance of failure. But as we've already seen, this is a guy who lives for a challenge. So did he beat the odds? Oh, he didn't just beat them. He absolutely crushed them. His application, his grades, everything was so off the chart strong that the faculty council made him their #1 pick. They decided to accept him first before anyone else.
So here he is, it's 1977, he's at UC Berkeley, and he's ready to dive headfirst into the tech world that Den Fujita pointed him towards. But the really interesting question is, what else was happening in the world at that exact same time?
Well, at that very same moment, another young maverick, who had also decided the traditional path wasn't for him, had already dropped out of Harvard. His name was Bill Gates, and he was busy getting his tiny little company, called Microsoft, off the ground. The tech revolution was literally just getting started, and two of its future giants were on these parallel paths, just beginning their journeys.
Okay, so before he was the powerhouse behind SoftBank, Masayoshi Son was just a student at UC Berkeley with a massive problem. He needed to make a ton of money and fast. But instead of getting a job, he gave himself this challenge that sounds pretty much impossible. He'd only work for 5 minutes a day. We're going to break down how that one single constraint forced him to invent a system for creating ideas that would literally change his life forever. First, you have to picture the scene. This was not your average college campus. We're talking 1970s Berkeley. It was this absolute whirlwind of wild ideas and intellectual energy. You had guys in Spider-Man costumes scaling buildings, students with half-shaved heads. It was the kind of place that attracted brilliant and brilliantly strange people. It was the perfect backdrop for someone about to think way outside the box. And right in the middle of all that beautiful chaos was Masayoshi Son. Now, while some of his classmates were doing their thing, he was absolutely crushing some of the hardest subjects you could imagine: math, physics, computer science, economics. And not just passing, I mean getting A's, which were only handed out to the top 5% of students. He was, without a doubt, a standout. But his real journey, the one we're talking about today, it didn't start in a classroom. Nope, it started with a promise he made to his girlfriend, Masami. This was the personal moment that lit the fuse for everything that happened next. Now, when he said this, it wasn't just some casual suggestion. This was his way of saying, "I'm going to marry you, and I am going to be the one to support us, starting right now." It was this incredibly bold declaration of financial independence. And the pressure he was under, it was immense. He wasn't just thinking about his future wife. His family was scraping together $2,000 a month to send him, a huge amount back then, all while his dad was sick in the hospital back in Japan. And yet, he absolutely refused to go get a normal student job washing dishes. He just knew there had to be a better way. So what was this better way? Well, this is where it gets good. He created a challenge for himself. A challenge so ridiculous, so audacious, that it forced him to come up with a truly creative solution. First, the goal. He decided he needed to earn $10,000. Not in total, per month. I mean, for a college kid in the 1970s, that number is just staggering. But here's the real kicker. He would only let himself work on this goal for 5 minutes a day. Not 5 hours, 5 minutes. Just short enough that he couldn't use "I have to study" as an excuse to skip it. So naturally, when he told his friends about this plan, they pretty much laughed in his face. One friend just flat out called it foolish. And you can't blame them, right? It sounds completely absurd. How could anyone possibly make that kind of money with such a tiny amount of effort? But here's where the genius of his constraints comes in. Think about it. He had no money, no business connections. He'd already ruled out manual labor, and, of course, anything illegal. By eliminating every other possibility, he forced himself down the only path that was left. He had to use his brain. He had to invent his way out of this problem. And this is the tool he came up with to do it. He started what he called an idea bank. It was just a simple notebook, but with one strict rule. He had to come up with one new invention idea every single day in those 5 minutes. For a whole year, he did this and ended up with over 250 detailed ideas. But here's the really crucial part. He didn't just sit around and wait for inspiration to magically strike. Through this daily practice, he figured out that invention wasn't some kind of magic. It was a process. And he even identified 3 distinct, repeatable methods for coming up with new ideas. He broke his whole system down into these 3 core approaches. You can think of them as different lenses for creativity, right? One for fixing problems, one for flipping expectations upside down, and one for just combining stuff that already exists. Let's take a quick look at each one. Okay, so the first method is the classic one. It's built on that old saying, necessity is the mother of invention. You basically start by finding a common frustration, some little problem or inconvenience in everyday life. A super simple example. The problem? A round pencil rolls right off your desk. It's a tiny annoyance, but it's real. The solution? Just change the shape to a hexagon so it stays put. Find a problem, invent the solution. It's direct, it's simple, and it is incredibly effective. His second method was a little more out there. It involved what's called lateral thinking, which is really just a fancy way of saying you take a normal idea and you flip it on its head. You ask yourself, okay, what if we did the exact opposite? Or what if we changed one fundamental thing about this? One of the ideas he came up with using this method was for traffic lights. The old system, it only uses color. So he thought, what if we add another feature? He came up with the idea of making each light a different shape, a circle, a triangle, a square, so that people who are colorblind could tell the signals apart easily. It's a perfect example of just changing one core thing to create something brand new. Now, his third approach was the most systematic. It was a true engine for just churning out ideas. And it's the simple but really powerful act of taking 2 separate things that already exist and mashing them together to create a single new product. Think about it like a formula. You've got a radio, you've got a tape recorder. What happens when you stick them together? Boom, you get a radio cassette player. It's just A plus B equals C. This method let him systematically come up with tons of ideas just by looking at the world and imagining new combinations. So did one of these 250 ideas make him his $10,000 a month? Well, that's a whole other story. The real treasure he found wasn't a single invention. It was the incredible transformation that happened inside him during that 1 year. I mean, in his own words, the true reward was the confidence he built. The simple, disciplined act of showing up for 5 minutes every single day and forcing himself to create something that proved to him that he could rely on his own mind to solve any problem. The process ended up being so much more valuable than any single product. That 1 year, 5-minute-a-day challenge, it wasn't just some clever side project. It was his origin story. It was the crucible where he forged his identity as an innovator, as a master of inventions. It taught him that creativity wasn't some mysterious gift you're born with, but a muscle that you can train with discipline and a system. And that leaves all of us with a pretty powerful question, doesn't it? Masayoshi Son used his 5 minutes to build the self-belief that would eventually launch a global empire. It really makes you wonder, if you dedicated just 5 focused minutes every single day to one single thing, what could you build? Okay, so we're about to dive into a story about a plan so audacious it's almost hard to believe. And get this, it wasn't cooked up in some high-tech boardroom. Nope, this was the life blueprint of a 19-year-old college kid. So let me ask you something. Think back to when you were 19. What was your life plan? Seriously, were you thinking about finishing that next semester, maybe landing a summer job? For most of us, right, the future is, well, it's next week. But the guy in our story, he was playing a totally different game. So let's meet our protagonist. He was a college junior named Masayoshi Son, and while everyone else was, figuring out their major, he had his entire life mapped out. I mean, literally mapped out. And this wasn't just some vague goal. We're talking about a 50-year plan broken down decade by decade. The ambition here is just staggering. In his 20s, start a business. In his 30s, raise 100 billion yen. He called it war funds. Then in his 40s, make the bet of his life. It's an absolutely wild roadmap for a teenager. But to pull off something that big, he knew he had to start small. Like right now. Yeah, he didn't just sit around dreaming. He got practical. To tackle this massive 50-year mountain, he gave himself a super simple daily task. Come up with one new invention every single day. But how on earth do you force creativity like that? Well, that question led to what was probably his first truly brilliant move. He decided he needed a system for creativity. He wasn't going to wait for a lightning bolt of inspiration to strike. No way. He was going to build a machine to generate it. At first, his method was, wonderfully low-tech. He just wrote down about 300 random words on flashcards, things like tangerine, nail, memory. Then he'd randomly pull 3 cards out and force his brain to connect them to imagine a new product. It's kind of like what those surrealist poets used to do, mashing bizarre things together to create something new. It was a kind of organized chaos. But, as you can imagine, flipping cards by hand, it's slow. And Son realized pretty quickly that he could seriously level up this whole process. He looked at the university's computer and saw something different. It wasn't just a calculator for solving problems. He saw it as a creating machine. And that, right there, was a huge mental shift. So what did he do? He programmed his system. He took his word list and assigned something like 40 different data points to each one. He rated things like novelty, size, even how much he personally knew about the topic. But here's the kicker. He also scored each word for its commercial viability. He was turning this fun, creative game into a powerful, business-focused engine. And this whole approach was so out there, so groundbreaking, that it absolutely blew his professor's mind. I mean, when he handed in the results for a class project, his professor was like, "I've never seen a student use a computer for something so creative." He didn't just get an A, he got an A with a bunch of extra pluses. It was pretty clear he was onto something huge. So, his invention machine, it worked. In fact, you could say it worked a little too well. All of a sudden, his problem wasn't a lack of ideas, it was that he was drowning in them. He had to make a choice. Yeah. The program didn't just spit out a couple of decent ideas. It churned out millions of potential products, all ranked by score. Out of that massive ocean of data, Son narrowed it down to the top 250. Okay, now he just had to pick one. And out of all those possibilities, this was the winner, an electronic speaking translator. It was a little device that combined a speech synthesizer, a dictionary, and an LCD screen. I mean, think about it. It's basically a pocket-sized computer with a keyboard, years and years before that was a common thing. But then, he hit a wall, a huge one. He did the math and realized that developing just the audio component by himself could take 10, maybe even 20 years. That would completely torpedo his 50-year plan before he even got started. This was a real make-or-break moment. And this is where he made that critical shift in his thinking. He had this realization, I am an entrepreneur. His job wasn't to be the inventor, hunched over a circuit board for 2 decades. His job was to be the person who brings all the right pieces and people together. To stick to his crazy timeline, he had to be a master of his time. All right, so he's got his big idea, he's got his new entrepreneurial mindset. What's next? He goes on a manhunt. He needed to find the one person on the planet who could actually help him build this thing. And his method for finding this person? Super simple, but totally relentless. He grabbed a university professor directory and just started making calls from a payphone. And one name kept popping up. Professor Forrest S. Moser, a world-renowned expert in speech synthesis. Boom, he had his target. So just picture this scene for a second. You've got this nervous kid in a corduroy jacket, no appointment, just knocking on the office door of a famous 48-year-old physicist. It's that classic clash, right? Raw, youthful ambition versus established, world-class expertise. So Son just lets loose. He passionately lays out his entire vision for this 9-language translator. Now, the professor said later that the idea of a translator wasn't totally new. But what was new, what really grabbed his attention, was Son's commercial vision, this idea of selling them in airports and kiosks. That was different. And then came the offer. And it was just so audacious. Son had zero capital. Nothing. He couldn't offer a salary. All he could do was promise to pay the professor after he landed a contract sometime in the future. He was asking this world-class expert to work on pure blind faith. And you know what? It actually worked. Incredibly, it worked. The professor was so blown away by this kid's passion and the sheer scale of his plan that he just decided to take a bet on him. He said yes. He agreed to help. And without that one yes, Son's entire 50-year plan might have just fizzled out right there. And that's the story. That's how a 19-year-old's ridiculously detailed blueprint and some incredible nerve laid the very first stone for what would become a massive global empire. It really makes you stop and think, doesn't it? What's the blueprint you're writing for your own life? And what's the audacious bet you're willing to make on yourself to make it happen?
You know, every great partnership has to start somewhere, right? But how many do you think start with a complaint about a milkshake? So today, we're going to dive into the totally improbable story of how Masayoshi Son found his very first business partner, all in an Oakland ice cream shop.
It all kicks off in 1977, and it starts with a flustered waitress shouting this exact phrase. Sounds simple, right? But that one little sentence, it kicked off a chain of events that would, believe it or not, launch a legendary career.
So picture this. It's an ice cream shop in Oakland, the Ice Creamery. And this place is D-spot. It's always packed, with like 100 people, mostly students. And get this, in its entire history, serving thousands of people a day, they'd never gotten a single complaint. Not one. Well, until that night.
All right, so who's at the heart of this, let's call it a dessert showdown? Let's meet the two main characters.
Okay, so in one corner, you've got Hong Lu. He's the manager. He's a senior at UC Berkeley, this big guy over 6 feet tall, and he's super proud of his shop's ice cream. And in the other corner, some younger, unfamiliar student with this one super specific, absolutely non-negotiable demand, an extra thick milkshake.
So, Hong, he's not about to let this slide. He steps right up and basically throws down the gauntlet. He says, fine, I will make this milkshake exactly how you want it, but if you have a problem with it, you don't have to pay and you're not welcome back here. Wow, talk about a bold move, right? All fueled by pride in his ice cream.
Okay, so this is it, the moment of truth. Hong meticulously makes the milkshake, right? He hands it over and just watches as the customer takes a sip. And then a huge smile just breaks out across his face. He absolutely loves it. And that demanding customer? Well, that was a young Masayoshi Son. And yeah, this whole weird incident, that was the very first time these two future partners ever met. Over a milkshake.
Now, you'd think, okay, that's it, right? Funny story, end of chapter. But no, this was just the beginning. Because a few months down the line, a total chance encounter would show that their connection was way deeper than just, a love for thick milkshakes.
So let's look at the timeline here. It all starts with that one random encounter in 1977. Then, a few months later, Hong's on the UC Berkeley campus and he sees a familiar face. Yep, it's the milkshake guy. They finally introduce themselves properly, and before you know it, by the end of that year, Masayoshi is a total regular at the ice cream shop. And as they started talking, they realized they had a surprising amount in common. I mean, both were at Berkeley, both were native Japanese speakers, and both had come all the way to America to chase their dreams. And what's really interesting is that both of them intentionally avoided speaking Japanese with each other, all because they wanted to get their English perfect. It was that kind of shared drive, that ambition, that really made them click right away. Okay, so their friendship is building, right? Masayoshi's a regular, things are pretty normal. But then one day, they're just having another casual chat at the shop, and the conversation takes this super sharp, totally unexpected turn. Just completely out of nowhere, Masayoshi hits him with this question. I mean, can you imagine being Hong? One minute you're probably talking about homework or something, and the next this younger friend of yours is proposing you go into business together.
In Hong's response, it's pretty much what you'd expect. It's simple, it's practical, and he's probably a little confused, right? He's just trying to figure out what is even happening.
And then, Masayoshi drops the bombshell. It's not just, let's do business. It's, we'll start up a company. Hong was just stunned. He apparently couldn't believe what he was hearing.
This was so much bigger than anything he was thinking. So you gotta wonder, what's going through Hong's head right now? Well, his mind goes straight to what he knows. He's thinking, okay, maybe he wants to open up a new ice cream shop together. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a logical assumption, but boy, was he about to find out that Masayoshi's ambitions were on a whole other planet.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't an ice cream shop. This is the moment where Hong has to really seriously think about this wild proposal from a kid who, just a few months ago, was just some stranger complaining about his drink.
So Hong's thought process here is pretty fascinating. First, it was just disbelief. He literally called it a preposterous proposal. Then came the doubt. He's thinking, I really don't want to work for someone like him, someone younger than me. But as Masayoshi kept talking, that doubt started turning into intrigue. The ideas he was hearing were, in Hong's own words, beyond his imagination. And finally, that intrigue won out. It became a commitment. He decided, you know what? I'm going to give this crazy plan 2 years of my life.
So, what was this incredible, beyond imagination business idea? It was M-Speech System Incorporated, a tech company, get this, developing an electronic speaking translator. Talk about a world away from milkshakes and club sandwiches, right?
And you know what really sealed the deal for Hong? It was this detail. Masayoshi didn't just have some big, lofty dream. No, he had already started doing the work. He'd actually organized a working group, and it was led by a respected Berkeley professor who was an expert in the field. See, this wasn't just talk. This was a real plan, already moving forward. And so, Hong says yes. And just like that, the partnership is official and the very first company is born. And their beginnings were, well, exactly what you'd expect from a startup. Super humble, super informal. It was perfect.
And to make it real, Masayoshi offered Hong a salary, $20,000 a year. Now, you have to remember, this is the late 70s. That was a pretty solid salary, about what a new university grad would make. It just went to show that he was dead serious and had the confidence to put his money where his mouth was.
And I absolutely love this next part. So they have their very first official company meeting. It's in Masayoshi's apartment, of course, and they're trying to figure out the company structure. Under Hong's name, Masayoshi just writes 2 words, miscellaneous work. So naturally, Hong looks at it and asks,
and Masayoshi's reply just says it all. It perfectly captures that all-hands-on-deck feeling of a brand new startup. It wasn't about fancy titles or strict job descriptions. Nope, it was about doing whatever needed to be done to build something from absolute scratch. So think about that. From a demanding customer to a business partner. From a simple complaint about a milkshake to this massive high-tech dream. It's just such a powerful story, isn't it? It shows how the most important partnerships in our lives can start in the most random, unexpected ways. And it really leaves you with a final thought to chew on. Every empire starts with a single step. The question is, who will you take that step with?
Long before the billion-dollar deals and the Vision Fund, there was just a college kid in California, a kid with a chaotic bank account and an absolutely world-changing ambition. So today, we're going to unpack the formative years of Masayoshi Son. These are the moments that really give us the blueprint for the tycoon he was about to become. Can you imagine? Just pure confusion. What? That's the exact words shouted by Hong Lu, Masayoshi Son's very first project manager. He's just standing there at a bank teller's window, holding a paycheck from his boss, and that's all he can say. So he's at the bank, trying to cash this check. $1,800. I mean, for a working student back in the late 1970s, that's real money. It was his first payday, and it should have been a pretty simple moment. But of course, with Masayoshi Son, things were never that simple. Yup, the check bounced. And get this, it wasn't some one-off mistake. The next payday, it happened all over again. The first 2 paychecks Masayoshi Son ever wrote to his manager were completely uncashable. And right there, that reveals this incredible paradox at the very heart of his character. So, this whole mess, it really sets the stage for our story, doesn't it? You have this young guy whose day-to-day financial reality was just completely disconnected from this monumental vision he had in his head. And it was that contradiction that pretty much defined his early years. And this right here, this really gets to the heart of how Son's mind worked. On one hand, you've got this guy who's a total genius with massive abstract numbers, the kind you need to build an empire. But on the other hand, he just didn't care about the small, practical stuff, like how much money was actually in his checking account. It's like, to him, what's the difference between $1,800 and $180? Apparently not much. And you could see this play out in how they worked every single day. Their quote-unquote office, it was just the living room of his manager's house. You had Hong Lu, who was the responsible one, the prudent one, already saving up to buy a house while he was still a student. And then you have Masayoshi, who was so lost in the big picture that he'd just walk around without any cash, because he literally wasn't in the habit of carrying a wallet. Who does that? Okay, so with all this chaos, you might be wondering, where was all his energy actually going? Well, it was all being funneled into his first major business idea, a venture that would show off his incredible speed and his killer instincts. Well, he zeroed in on this thing, the speech synthesizer. Now, you gotta remember, back then, this was like sci-fi stuff. A tiny little chip that could make a machine talk. I mean, imagine a store that could just talk to you. Welcome. Thank you. That was the big idea. That was his way in. And man, did he move fast. There was no long, drawn-out business plan. Nope. He marches right into this tech company, National Semiconductor, and somehow talks them into giving him exclusive sales rights for all of Japan. Then he immediately starts pitching it, gets a ton of interest, and just like that, boom, he's on a plane to Japan to close the deals. That was his philosophy. Just act. Don't hesitate. You'd think this chaotic style would scare people off, right? But it did the exact opposite. It inspired this incredible loyalty. Even with the bounced checks, Hong Lu was all in. He totally trusted him. He was so committed that when Masayoshi was off in Japan for weeks, Hong would actually go to his classes at Berkeley and answer here during the attendance roll for him. They were basically like brothers. So things are actually starting to look good. The business is gaining traction, he's proven there's demand, the plan is working. But of course, that's when disaster strikes. The project hits a wall, a kind of pitfall that Son just never saw coming. So National Semiconductor, the company that gave him the deal, they started getting cold feet. They saw how much demand he drummed up all by himself and were probably kicking themselves for making the deal. So they cooked up an excuse about needing consent from their Japanese office. And just like that, they pulled the plug. And let's be clear, this wasn't just a business deal falling through. This was a flat-out betrayal. This giant corporation was pretty much just stealing his business plan, all the market research he'd done with his own hard work. They saw he had a winning idea and just decided to take it for themselves. So yeah, that was a brutal lesson, but, maybe one he had to learn. He was just a student. He had no idea about the, let's say, the shadier side of big business. But from that really bitter experience, he learned something that would stick with him for his entire career. A contract is everything. Absolutely everything. Now, for most people, that would be it, right? Game over. You'd pack it in, maybe go back to being a normal student. But not Masayoshi Son. No way. He did the complete opposite. He took all that energy and just aimed it at his next idea, which was even bigger. For him, failure wasn't a stop sign, it was a green light to go even bigger. So he just pivots. If he can't sell their chip, fine. He'll build the whole darn thing himself. He goes from being a distributor to an inventor, making this huge bet on creating a portable, electronic speaking translator from scratch. And get this, his vision was so infectious, he started pulling in some serious heavy hitters. He gets a guy named Charles Carlson on board. And this guy, he literally built microcomputers for the Apollo missions. We're talking NASA-level talent here, and he built the hardware for this translator in just 4 months. And this is what Carlson said, which I think is so telling. Carlson was the tech wizard, right? But he saw that Masayoshi's true genius, it wasn't in the tech, it was in marketing. Son didn't just see a little handheld gadget. No, he saw these things installed everywhere, in airports and public places for thousands of people to use. He saw the huge market before the product was even built. So all this work, this crazy pivot, the new team, it's all building up to this one single day. A day where everything, and I mean everything, is about to come crashing together. Okay, so it's September 23rd, 1978. Masayoshi zips over to the lab in his Porsche around noon. Inside, Carlson is in a total frenzy trying to finish the prototype. Hours go by, and then finally, late in the afternoon, success. The little machine speaks German. Guten Morgen. A huge breakthrough. But here's the kicker. There was somewhere else he was supposed to be at 2 p.m. that day, an appointment he was now, hours late for. But in that moment, in the lab, nothing else mattered. The machine speaks, and Masayoshi is just ecstatic, cheering, patting Carlson on the shoulder. This was it. This was the breakthrough. The proof that his crazy pivot was actually going to work. But that other appointment, the one he was so late for, yeah, that was his own wedding. He was supposed to be marrying his fiancée Masami. He was so completely consumed by this project, so laser-focused on seeing that prototype work, that he was hours and hours late for the most important day of his life. And that just leaves you with this one big question, doesn't it? You look at the whole story, the bounced checks, the betrayal, being late to his own wedding, and it all just makes you wonder, what is the real price you pay for that kind of relentless, world-changing vision?
So, when you hear the name Masayoshi Son, you're probably thinking about massive tech investments, billion-dollar deals, that kind of thing. But today, we're going to peel back the curtain and tell a story that's not about business at all. It's about his wedding day, and honestly, it reveals more about him than any financial report ever could. Let's dive in.
I know. It sounds like the setup for a joke, right? But believe it or not, this actually happened to Masayoshi Son. And it's way more than just a funny story. It's a real peek inside the mind of a guy whose insane focus would, one day change the world of technology.
Okay, so picture this. It's a beautiful autumn day in Berkeley. Masayoshi Son's fiancée, Masami Hono, is waiting patiently right there in front of the courthouse. The only problem, the groom is completely MIA.
So Masami's been waiting for hours. Finally, she sees him tearing through the streets of Berkeley in his Porsche, literally blowing through red lights, trying desperately to make it. But he screeches to a halt at 5:01 p.m., just 1 single minute too late. The courthouse doors locked solid.
And that's it. That's what the courthouse guard tells them. Can you just imagine the disappointment? After all that, the mad dash across town, it was all for nothing. The wedding was off. Well, for now anyway.
So you got to be asking yourself, right? What on earth could possibly be more important than your own wedding? I mean, for you and me, the answer is probably nothing. But for Masayoshi Son, the answer was an invention that had totally and completely consumed him.
Look, he wasn't having second thoughts or stuck in some crazy traffic jam. He was in this state of what you can only call hyperfocus. He was so deep into working on a prototype for a speaking translator, he just lost all track of time, space, and, oh yeah, his own wedding.
And get this, this was not a one-off thing. His focus was so legendary that friends knew to just stay away when he was in the zone. He once got so lost in thought that he literally walked straight into a telephone pole. So forgetting his own wedding twice, honestly, for him it was almost predictable.
Now, of course, when he snapped out of it, he was just so sorry. But his fiancée, Masami, she wasn't even really angry. She was more just stunned. She knew this was the guy she was marrying, a total genius whose brain just operated on a completely different frequency. She got it.
Okay, so take two. They reschedule for the next week, September 30th. Masayoshi is absolutely determined, telling himself over and over, I will not be late today. I mean, surely he couldn't make the exact same mistake twice, right?
Oh, but he did. This time, the translator prototype was actually finished, but he gets sucked into this super intense debate with his team about how to market the thing. By the time he even thinks to look at his watch, it's after 3 p.m. He was late. Again.
And when he finally gets there, all out of breath, Masami doesn't greet him with anger. She just looks at him with this knowing smile and says this. It just shows her incredible patience and how deeply she understood him. She just got him.
Okay, so they're finally inside the courthouse, together. The clerk, who feels for them, actually convinces the judge to see them. You're thinking, okay, crisis averted. The hard part's over, right? Nope, not even close. A brand new problem was about to pop up.
The judge looks at these two kids and just asks this one simple question. And Masayoshi is just floored. He had absolutely no idea that you needed witnesses to get married at a courthouse in America. He was totally unprepared.
But here's the thing about Masayoshi Son, right? He doesn't panic. In all this chaos, the problem solver in him just clicks on. He looks at the judge and says, "Wait right here, I'll bring witnesses." It was time to improvise.
So who does he grab? He runs downstairs and recruits the only two people who've seen this whole mess unfold. The guard who turned him away a week ago and the clerk from the front desk. And you know what? They both thought it was hilarious and warmly agreed. And just like that, they had a wedding party.
So, with a guard and a clerk as their witnesses, they finally exchange vows. You can just imagine the relief, right? The stress is finally gone. They're married. And in that moment, as they're walking out, Masayoshi gets an idea.
They just jump in that Porsche, no plan, no destination, and just drive. They cross the Bay Bridge, head south on the Pacific Coast Highway, and cruise along that beautiful, endless California coastline. It was just this beautiful, peaceful end to what was a completely chaotic day.
And you gotta remember how young they were through all this. He's just 21 years old and she's 23. This wasn't some huge, fancy, planned-out event. It was the messy, improvised, but totally perfect start to their life together. This is like chapter 1 of his incredible journey.
And that's really what this whole story is about, isn't it? That same all-consuming, world-disappearing hyper-focus that made him late for his own wedding twice is the exact same force that let him build a global tech empire. It just goes to show you, right? Sometimes a person's greatest superpower and their biggest flaw are one and the same thing.
Okay, so today we've got this incredible story of persistence, clever strategy, and just pure youthful genius. It's about a university student with a world-changing invention who set out to do something almost impossible: convince a corporate giant to bet big on his dream. Let's dive into how he actually pulled it off. And that's really the big question here, isn't it? It's one thing to have a great idea, but it's a whole other challenge to get in front of the right people, especially when it feels like every single door is locked. So, what was his secret? All right, so let's set the scene. Our story kicks off with a young, super ambitious university student named Masayoshi Son. While he's studying over at Berkeley, he develops this invention that was just light years ahead of its time, and he was absolutely certain he was holding on to something revolutionary. To really get the scale of this, you have to remember what the world was like back then. I mean, we take this kind of tech completely for granted on our phones today, but at the time, this was straight out of science fiction. A little device that could actually speak translations out loud. It was a total game changer, and Son had built the prototype himself. You know, this image just captures the whole story perfectly. Here he is, carrying this piece of futuristic tech, his ticket to the big time, humbly wrapped up in a traditional furoshiki cloth. Sure, he was nervous, but you better believe that underneath it all was this unshakable confidence in what he'd created. To his family, this thing was basically magic. His younger brother, Taizo, talks about the moment Son showed it to them. He types in konnichiwa, and out comes a clear voice saying hello. The reaction was just pure shock and awe. Right then, they knew he was onto something truly special. But here's the thing. Having a magical device is one thing. Convincing the world of its potential is something else entirely. Armed with his prototype, Son starts making the rounds at Japan's biggest electronics companies, ready to make the deal of a lifetime. It did not go as planned. He just hit a total wall of skepticism. The first couple of companies basically told him his prototype wasn't proper enough. Another one treated him with just, total contempt. Canon seemed interested, but nothing happened. This whole tour was quickly turning into a soul-crushing gauntlet of no. And then came the absolute lowest point. It was at Casio, which was one of the companies he had the highest hopes for. But instead of seeing the potential, they just tore his idea to shreds. As Son himself said, they trashed the whole idea. It was a huge, crushing blow. But Son knew that getting angry wasn't going to solve anything. He had to change his entire approach. And this is where the story completely pivots. He realizes that just walking through the front door of these huge companies is a dead end. So he decides to adopt a new, much smarter strategy, one that was inspired by an old Japanese proverb. Son's big realization was actually pretty simple, but it was profound. He understood he couldn't just charge straight at the general, the big company, head-on. No, he needed a more clever, indirect approach. He had to figure out how to influence the people around his main target to clear a path to victory. So here's exactly how he put that strategy into play. It was brilliant. First, he found an expert, a patent agent who knew his #1 target, Sharp, inside and out. Then, he asked a very direct question. Who is the one person at Sharp who can actually say yes to me? The agent gave him a name, Tadashi Sasaki. And finally, he convinced that agent to pick up the phone and get him in the room with Sasaki. See, he wasn't asking for permission anymore. He was creating his own opportunity. And believe it or not, the strategy worked. A meeting was on the books. But this wasn't just any meeting. Oh no, this was basically a showdown between a totally unknown student and one of the most respected figures in the entire Japanese electronics industry. I mean, the contrast between them was just staggering. On one side of the table, you have Masayoshi Son, a university student literally trembling with excitement. And on the other side, Tadashi Sasaki, an absolute legend, a guy known as the father of the electronics industry. To Son, this man was completely beyond his reach. The stakes just could not have been higher. You can just picture it. Son has his father there for moral support. He carefully unwraps the furoshiki and starts his demonstration. And as he's talking, something shifts in the room. Sasaki, the industry titan, saw it. He wasn't just looking at a clunky prototype. He was looking at the future. And maybe even more important, he saw the brilliant, unstoppable young man who had built it. Sasaki actually explained later what impressed him so much. And you know what? It wasn't just the tech. It was Son's passion. He said the young man had strong convictions and that he could tell he wasn't just in it for a quick payday. Sasaki saw a kid with a massive dream. And right then and there, he decided to give that dream a shot. And with that one decision, from the one right person, everything changed. The tour of rejection was officially over. Masayoshi Son was about to get the massive validation he had been fighting so hard for. Right there, on the spot, Sasaki made a deal. He said Sharp would buy the patent for 40 million yen. For a university student who had faced nothing but slammed doors, this was just an unbelievable victory. But wait, it didn't even stop there. Sasaki later came back and commissioned Son to develop software for German and French translations. That brought the grand total of the contract to a staggering 100 million yen. This was the very first money Masayoshi Son ever earned in Japan, and it was paid by one of the country's top companies. He would always call it his $1 million contract. And really, it was so much more than just the money. It was proof of his tireless work, his brilliant strategy, and his absolute, unwavering belief in his own idea. And that brings us to the big takeaway here. Son's story teaches us that the most direct path isn't always the best one. It's not about knocking on every single door. It's about finding the one key that opens the right one. So that kind of leaves a question for all of us, doesn't it? Who is the key person you need to find for your big idea?
All right, so today we're diving deep into the origin story of Masayoshi Son. You know, he's one of the most audacious, most influential figures in tech today. But before all the billions, before SoftBank and the Vision Fund became household names, there was just this young boy. And his life was shaped by a handful of really powerful, formative experiences. So let's peel back the curtain and see how this titan was made.
You know, it's a really fascinating question, isn't it? What actually creates a titan of industry? What experiences forge that kind of ambition, that kind of vision? Well, for Masayoshi Son, the whole story, it really starts with the identity he was given the day he was born.
So his father, Mitsunori, he named his son Masayoshi, and that name means justice. He had this one single hope, that his boy would grow up to be a man of justice. And look, this wasn't just some name he picked out of a book. It was meant to be a destiny, a core theme that, as we'll see, would echo through his entire life.
So to really get the man, you've got to understand the family that made him. And it was a family of, well,
stark contrasts, a whole lot of pride, and some serious resilience.
Okay, so you've got these two really powerful figures in his young life, and they couldn't be more different. On one hand, there's his grandfather, Chung-kyung. He's this quiet immigrant, but he's carrying this incredible legacy of Korean nobility, descended from a military general. Then, on the other hand, you have his father, Mitsunori. Total opposite. He's carefree, bright, someone who just took pride in being different and built his own business up from absolutely nothing. You can almost see how Masayoshi became his perfect blend. He got that quiet pride from his grandpa and that bold, audacious creativity from his dad.
And his father, he saw this incredible combination in his son and was just so proud. He really believed Masayoshi was already living up to the promise of his name. But that very idea, that sense of justice, was about to face its first and, honestly, its most cruel test.
You know, every origin story has that one moment, right? The moment that changes everything. For Masayoshi, it was an act of violence, one that would leave a scar, not just physically, but psychologically, for years and years.
So picture this. It's so painfully ordinary. A kindergarten playground. I mean, that's supposed to be a safe space, right? A sanctuary of innocence. But for young Masayoshi, this place, it became the classroom for his first, really brutal lesson about how the world can be.
And it starts with a shout from another kid. Just these words. "Hey, you Korean." It's a taunt, a label. Really, it's an accusation. And it's the prelude to an attack that's rooted in nothing more than where his family came from.
And then a rock hits his head. Just try to imagine that for a second. The shock, the pain, the pure confusion as blood starts streaming down his face. He's just a little boy attacked for something he can't even begin to understand. Why? What was so wrong with being Korean? He was proud of his grandparents. They worked so hard in this new land.
And the trauma from that, it lasted. The incident taught him this horrible lesson, that a core piece of who he was, his heritage, was something he had to hide. He tried to just bury it, forget it, but even as he got older, that old wound would literally physically ache on rainy days.
But here's the thing, that wound, it didn't break him. In fact, it seems like it did the opposite. It forged an even stronger conviction deep in his heart. It just reinforced the meaning of his name and turned justice from, a nice idea into an absolutely non-negotiable standard for him.
And all the while, his father is building him up, instilling this just unshakable self-belief. And when his dad would say, "You are a genius," it wasn't just, fluff. It wasn't just typical parental praise. He said it with this serious tone, like a declaration of fact. And you know what? Masayoshi started to believe it. Okay, get this. This next story tells you everything you need to know. So, his dad scolds him for talking back to his grandmother. And Masayoshi, he takes it, he accepts the correction, but then he completely turns the tables. He demands that his father hold himself to the same standard. He insists his dad also promise to never ever quarrel with her again. Even as a kid, he was like, nope, justice applies to everyone, no exceptions.
And this wasn't just at home either. It totally played out at school. His friends called him Yasan, and he was this natural leader. And what was his reputation? He was the leader who never, ever discriminated. He treated everybody as an equal and would patiently talk through any problem until everyone was on the same page.
I mean, look at this quote. This is something he says he learned back in elementary school. One should not order others. Instead, one should connect with others as comrades who are developing a shared goal. That's not a dictatorship. That's a philosophy of collaboration. And he directly connects this lesson from his childhood to his business strategy later in life, especially his approach to M&A. It was never about conquering a company. It was about creating camaraderie.
So, you've got this kid who's a natural leader, and he's super inspired by one of his teachers. And this leads him to his first big dream in life. But once again, that same ugly wall of systemic discrimination was about to rise right up in front of him.
His dream, it was simple. He wanted to become an elementary school teacher. He was so inspired by his own teacher, a guy named Mr. Mikami, and he just wanted to have that same kind of positive impact on kids. It was a really noble, heartfelt dream. And then, the crushing blow. His father had to sit him down and explain that his dream, it wasn't possible, because it was a public sector job, and to get it, you had to have Japanese nationality. Think about that. The same discrimination that threw a rock at his head as a little kid was now throwing a giant boulder in the path of his future.
But his father's response here is just remarkable. Instead of just letting his son be defeated, he completely reframes the whole thing. He tells him again,
"Masayoshi, I believe you are a genius." He says, "Yeah, being a teacher is noble, but maybe, just maybe, there's something else out there that's an even better fit. You just don't know your destiny yet." What an incredible, incredible way to turn that moment around.
So to really get the depth of this kid's character, we don't have to guess. He actually left a record of his thoughts and his feelings in his childhood poetry. It gives us this really rare and amazing glimpse into his inner world. Okay, so this is from a poem called Friendship. And remember, a 6th grader wrote this. He says, friendship is born when you can be completely naked to each other. He's talking about understanding weaknesses, about connecting with someone because you believe in them, not just out of sympathy. That is an incredibly mature way to look at human connection, and it totally foreshadows the kind of deep, loyal bonds he'd build later in his career.
Then there's another one, a poem called Tears, and in it he's exploring vulnerability. He's asking, why are we so ashamed of our tears? He thinks of them as this precious thing, this important expression of our humanity, whether it's sadness or agony or just empathy.
And this is where his sense of justice just goes global. The poem isn't about his own sadness. No, he writes about the cruel tears of the whole world. He's talking about the suffering from the atomic bomb, the anger from discrimination, the horror of the Sun Mai village massacre during the Vietnam War. This is a young boy in Japan, feeling the pain of things happening thousands of miles away. His compassion was just boundless. Which kind of leaves us with this final thought, doesn't it? Here's a boy whose name literally means justice, and he's wounded by injustice. A leader who learns about compassion from cruelty. A visionary whose true path only shows up after his first dream is denied. It really makes you wonder, how many of our own greatest strengths were actually born from our deepest wounds?
Before the multi-billion-dollar deals, before SoftBank, and way before he was ever called a titan of industry, there was just a boy. To really understand the man who would go on to build an empire, we've got to go all the way back to the beginning. So let's dive into the key moments that truly forged his character.
Okay, so picture this. It's 1970. A passenger jet gets hijacked by extremists. The biggest band in the entire world calls it quits, and a super famous author commits this shocking public suicide. It's a wild, turbulent time. And this is the world a young Masayoshi Son is stepping into as he starts junior high school. It was a time of huge change and deep uncertainty. Honestly, kind of the perfect backdrop for a young man with impossibly big dreams.
So, right from the get-go, one thing was super clear about Son. When he decided to do something, he went all in. I mean, there were no half measures, no maybes. It was a trait that would basically define his entire life. And it all started with something as simple as wanting to be good at soccer. And this is where it gets kind of wild. Like a lot of kids his age, he was totally obsessed with his manga hero, Humahoshi, a pitcher who used special gear to train like crazy. So what does Son do for soccer? He doesn't just, run a few extra laps. No, he gets custom-made iron clogs and wears them to strengthen his legs on his commute to school. Think about that. This wasn't just being a fan. It was a sign of this relentless, almost scary, single-minded drive.
All right, so that intensity? It's about to get put to the test in a whole new way. His family moves just so he can go to a better, more prestigious school, Jonan Junior High. But the biggest challenges he was about to face, well, they weren't just in the classroom. They were deeply personal.
So he shows up, and right away he's the outsider. He's got a different dialect, and the other kids are giving him a hard time about it. And get this, there's no soccer club, so he just pivots and joins the Kendo club instead. But instead of shrinking, Son had this quiet confidence. His classmates were just drawn to his calm, easygoing vibe, even if they always felt like there was a part of him he kept hidden. He figured out how to fit in not by blending in, but by earning their respect.
And that character? It was built on this really powerful foundation. A super strong, unwavering sense of what's right. And an incident in his Japanese class was about to put that commitment on full display for everyone to see.
Just imagine the scene. A quiet classroom, teacher at the front, total position of authority. During the class, the teacher keeps mispronouncing his family name, Yasumoto, as Unpon. Now most kids, right, they would have just let it go, too scared to say anything. Not Son. Calmly, but with a voice that was totally firm, he stood up and corrected his teacher in front of everyone. He wasn't rude, just direct. And with that one simple, brave act, he didn't just correct his name, he earned the respect of all 45 kids in that room, instantly.
But here's the thing. Being brave in class didn't automatically mean he was going to ace his tests.
His huge ambition was about to slam headfirst into a harsh academic reality, and it was going to prove that his path forward would take a lot more than just a strong will.
And wow, this must have been a total shock to his system. Back at his old school, he was a straight-A student. We're talking perfect fives. At this new, more competitive school, his grades just tanked all the way down to 2s. For a kid who had always been at the top, this had to be a huge blow to his confidence. The same guy who could outwork anyone on the field was now seriously struggling in his classes.
So he's desperate, right? He and his mom go to the absolute best cram school around, the one his smartest friend recommended. They walk in, hoping for help, and are met with this cold, blunt rejection from the director. "We won't be able to accept you with these grades." The door was like literally shut in their face. For a lot of people, that would have been it. Game over. But for Masayoshi Son, it was just the start of the fight.
And this is so key to who he is. Son just does not take no for an answer. This slide really lays it all out. He doesn't just quit. He regroups, he strategizes, he asks his friend's mother to help him out, and then he goes back to the school with her to plead his case all over again. It was that pure tenacity, that absolute refusal to back down, that finally made the director go, okay, and give him a shot. Okay, so he's finally on the right track with his grades. Graduation's just around the corner. But as he's getting ready to move on with his friends, Son felt this uneasiness. There was one more thing he had to do, one final test he had to face. And this one was all personal.
I mean, just think about the weight of that. He's built all this respect based on his character, his courage, his grit, but he's hiding this huge part of who he is, and he's terrified that telling them will shatter the friendships he worked so hard to build. Was their friendship real enough to handle the truth?
The moment finally came in a cozy little red bean cake shop. He's surrounded by his friends, but inside, he's carrying this secret that must have felt so cold and heavy. And you can just imagine the feeling in his stomach as he finally takes a deep breath and says it. "I'm Korean." He tells them he hadn't said anything because he was scared of losing them. The air in that little shop must have gotten so thick you could cut it with a knife.
And then, silence. Just nothing. Just the quiet sound of the shop. You could see his friends were surprised for sure, but nobody said a word. In that deafening quiet, you can just imagine his heart sinking, thinking, this is it. I've ruined everything. The confession was just hanging there in the air.
But then the tension just evaporates. Not with some big dramatic speech, but with the simplest thing. One of his friends just looks out the window. "It stopped raining," he says. "Let's go." And just like that, they gave him his answer. Nothing had changed. It didn't matter. He was still their friend. And they all just got on their bikes and rode off together.
So when you put it all together, what do you see? These weren't just random stories from a kid's life. They were the actual building blocks of his character. Those iron clogs, that's the relentless drive you see later in his insane business deals. Correcting his teacher, that's the sense of justice that would challenge the status quo. Getting into that cram school, that's the tenacity that refuses to let any obstacle stand in his way. And telling his friends the truth, that's the courage to bet on being real. This wasn't just a kid having a tough year. This was the foundation of an empire being laid, brick by brick. And really, that's what this whole story leaves you with. Son's journey just shows so clearly how the challenges we face when we're young, the struggles, the rejections, the scary moments, they aren't just hurdles. They're the very things that build us. It really makes you think, doesn't it? What about the tests you faced when you were young? And how did they end up defining the person you became?
All right, today we are digging into the origin story of one of tech's most audacious and ambitious investors, Masayoshi Son. And you might be surprised to learn that his revolutionary vision wasn't sparked in some Silicon Valley garage, but way back in feudal Japan.
So, let's kick things off with a question that really gets to the core of what makes Son so unique. What on earth could a samurai warrior from the 1500s possibly have in common with a modern tech CEO? For Son, the answer is, believe it or not, everything. And this isn't just some quirky little fact about him. This deep personal connection to the past is actually the key to unlocking his entire career and his relentless drive for revolution.
To really get a handle on Son's ambition, we've got to rewind the clock all the way back to his junior high school days. This is where his mindset was really forged, thanks to a deep, deep fascination with Japanese history.
Yeah, he was just completely captivated by these larger-than-life generals from Japan's famous Warring States period. I mean, we're talking about the absolute legends here. Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu.
These guys were the titans of their time, all fighting for control of the nation. But here's where it gets really interesting. Son made this fascinating distinction between two of his heroes. He considered Oda Nobunaga, this radical revolutionary, to be the greatest for his pure strategic genius. But his personal favorite? That was a totally different kind of figure, a guy named Ryoma Sakamoto. And this quote from Son just perfectly explains why. For him, greatness was about flawless strategy, sure, but affection, what he really admired, was about relating to someone's flaws, their humanity. That's what made Ryoma Sakamoto, the bold but imperfect samurai, so incredibly compelling to him.
Now, this is super important. This wasn't just a casual hobby, reading history books for fun. His connection to Ryoma Sakamoto was cemented, made real, by one specific book. A book that he would pretty much carry with him for the rest of his life. And that book was Ryoma ga Yuku, a famous historical novel by Ryotaro Shiba. It tells the story of Ryoma Sakamoto's quest to overthrow the old military dictatorship and basically drag Japan into the modern world. It's a story all about rebellion, vision, and just completely breaking with tradition.
And this book wasn't just a one-time read. It became his lifelong guide, his North Star. I mean, think about this. He first reads it when he's 15, and it gives him the guts to defy his family and go study in America. Later, he reads it again while he's in the hospital, facing a life-threatening illness, and it gives him perspective. And then again, in 1994, when everyone's criticizing his risky investments, he turns to it for encouragement. At every single critical moment in his life, this story was his anchor.
So you can imagine, right? Being constantly inspired by this historical rebel. It really forced a young Masayoshi Son to stop and think, to confront a huge choice about the kind of life he himself wanted to lead.
He looked around at the Japan of his time, which, was booming economically, but it was also getting this reputation abroad as an economic animal. He felt like society was just settling for a life that was wealthy and comfortable, sure, but also super predictable and, frankly, a little uninspired. Yeah, that whole idea of a predictable life just did not work for him. Inspired by Ryoma's short but incredibly impactful journey, Son adopted this philosophy as his own guide. We only live once. I don't want to have regrets. He was absolutely determined to go his own way. So for him, the choice was crystal clear. He saw these two distinct paths laid out in front of him. On one side, you have the comfortable path, the economic animal life, stable, wealthy, but totally predictable. And on the other, the bold path, the Ryoma way, a life of huge aspirations, a life that was meaningful and interesting, even if it was a heck of a lot riskier. You can guess which one he chose.
Okay, so that's a pretty powerful mindset for a teenager, right? The big question is, how did this revolutionary spirit actually start to show up in his real life, in his actions?
Well, at first, believe it or not, Son dreamed of being a teacher. But back then, in Japan, as a person of Korean descent, that door was pretty much closed to him. So, what did he do? He pivoted. He figured, if I can't shape minds in a classroom, I'll shape society through business. And just like that, he decided to become an entrepreneur.
And his ambition was obvious right from the start. He studied like a madman to get into Kurume High, this incredibly elite school with a brutal acceptance rate of just 9%. And he got in. But for him, getting in was never the end goal. Because almost right after he starts at the super prestigious school he fought so hard to get into, he does something completely audacious. He walks right up to his 26-year-old homeroom teacher with a business proposal.
And we're not talking about some vague, hey, I have an idea kind of thing. No. He looks his teacher in the eye and says, I want to start a school. Then he hands him a curriculum he had already written. Then he asks him straight up, how much do you make? And offers to pay him 2 or 3 times that salary to come work for him. I mean, this is a high school freshman, already trying to poach talent. He was dead serious.
Yeah, you can see how that kind of ambition, it just couldn't be contained in a traditional Japanese high school, not even an elite one he just worked so hard to get into. He needed a bigger stage.
And so, after just one single term, we're talking a few short months, he makes another decision that must have shocked everyone. He decides to withdraw from Kurume High, to just leave it all behind.
This was it. This was his Ryoma Sakamoto moment, leaving the safety of his clan for the great unknown. He drops out of his Japanese high school, flies to America for a summer English course, enrolls in an American high school, and within no time, paves his way right to the University of California, Berkeley.
And it was right around this time that he declared his life's mission, not just to himself, but to anyone who would listen. He decided, I will become a business revolutionary. And with that single declaration, the journey that would one day lead to the creation of SoftBank, well, it had truly begun.
And that whole story really leaves us with a pretty fascinating question to think about, doesn't it? If you had to define your life's ambition at age 16 with that same kind of boldness, what would you declare it to be?
Today, we're going to talk about Masayoshi Son, but not the guy you know now, the global tech titan. We're going way back to when he was just a student with a business philosophy that honestly seemed to defy all logic. So how on earth did he get his start? You know, this quote from his early partner, Hong Lu, just says it all, doesn't it? He calls him a gambler, but with a crucial catch. He doesn't play losing games. And it's that incredible tension, that mix of dreaming huge and betting smart that we're really going to dig into. So let's start with this whole idea of him as the gambling man. And this wasn't just some nickname, you know? It actually stuck. Years later, the industry standard magazine literally put that on their cover. But this reputation, it was forged way, way back when he was just a student at Berkeley, making these wild bets on the future. Which leads us right to his first huge bet. And this is so fascinating. It wasn't on some hot stock. Nope. It was a bet on his own vision, an electronic translator he was developing. And honestly, the way he paid his key partner tells you everything about how he saw the world. It wasn't about the cash in hand. It was about the dream. And listen, don't think for a second this was just some little project cooked up in a dorm room. No way. His company, Unison World, was legit. They had a real office, a team of 15 people, and they'd even landed a contract with a giant like Sharp. This thing was serious from day one. So one day, Son goes up to his project manager, his good friend Hong Lu, the guy who'd been in the trenches with him. He hands him an envelope. And you think, okay, nice cash bonus, right? Well, what was inside was something completely different, something way more valuable. It was stock, a full 20% stake in the company. Now, you gotta remember, at this point, the company wasn't public. This certificate was basically just a piece of paper. But what Son was really giving him was a piece of the future. It was a bet on their shared success. He wasn't just paying an employee, he was making him a partner in the dream. Okay, so that's one part of his mindset, but here's the second piece of the puzzle. Son's incredible, almost supernatural ability to see a massive opportunity where everybody else just saw a dead end. And there is no better example of this than his insane venture into arcade games. So back in 1979, the game Space Invaders was the thing in Japan, but it was fading. Fast. Everybody thought the boom was over. Done. But Son had this simple, brilliant insight. Okay, so the Japanese might be losing interest, but what about Americans? He saw a huge gap in the market, a cultural arbitrage opportunity nobody else was looking at. But here's the kicker. It wasn't just what he did, it was how he did it. He bought up all these used machines in Japan for next to nothing. But then, instead of doing the sensible thing and shipping them by sea, which would have taken 3 months, he paid a fortune to fly them over in just 3 days. Why? Because he knew for a fad, speed is everything. 3 months might as well be a lifetime. Okay, so you've got this wild idea. You've got a warehouse full of arcade machines. Now what? You got to sell them, right? This is where Son's genius for making a deal really shines through. He had this pitch that was just simple, repeatable, and absolutely killer. I mean, just look at how brilliant this is. He'd walk into a restaurant. First, he'd get them excited, tell them how huge the game was in Japan. Then, and this is the masterstroke, he'd make it completely risk-free. Just try it, he'd say, for 3 days. No cost to you. And if it worked, a simple 50-50 split. It was an offer you just couldn't say no to. And it all comes back to this one core idea, which Son himself said best. It wasn't about manipulation or hard selling. It was about creating a true win-win. He focused entirely on how the other guy would benefit, which made them feel like he was on their side. And that trust, that shared success, it came right back to him, big time. So when you put it all together, you see this pattern, right? You've got this guy who bets on dreams, who sees what no one else sees, and who knows how to make a deal. But you know, nothing really puts the mind-boggling scale of his journey into perspective like a chance encounter years later. So fast forward a bunch of years. Remember that restaurant, Yoshi's, where he placed one of his first machines? Well, the manager, Yoshi Akiba, is in her new, much bigger location, and she spots this familiar face. She just remembers him as that student who used to come in all the time. She has no idea who he's become, so she walks right up to him and asks this simple question. What are you doing now? She is talking to one of the richest, most powerful entrepreneurs on the planet, and she has no clue. And Son, he just smiles and thanks her for being so kind to him all those years ago. And that's really what this whole story leaves us with, right? It's a masterclass in seeing what other people just completely miss. And it makes you wonder, what conventional wisdom are we all just accepting as fact? What's the dying fad in your world right now that might just be a massive, hidden opportunity waiting for someone to look at it differently?
Okay, let's dive into a story that sounds, well, almost made up. It's about a college student who, with basically zero starting capital, built $1 million company in just a few months, and then he just walked away from it all.
So let's get right to it. How does a college kid back in 1979 make more than $1 million in half a year? We're not talking about a summer job here. We're talking about a legitimate fortune built faster than a single school year. So really, how in the world did he pull that off?
And just let that number sink in for a second. Over $1 million. Remember, this is 1979 money. For a university student who literally started with nothing, that figure is just mind-boggling.
And here's our guy, the protagonist of our story, Masayoshi Son. At the time, he's a senior studying economics at UC Berkeley. So the scene is set, right? The vibrant pre-tech boom Bay Area.
So what was this big revolutionary idea? Well, it was actually brilliantly simple, especially when you think about it today. He decided to import the arcade game Space Invaders, which was a massive hit in his home country of Japan, and bring it to the United States.
But, just because an idea is simple doesn't mean it's an easy sell. When Sono went around to local businesses trying to get them to install his arcade tables, he was basically met with total confusion. You gotta imagine a young, foreign student trying to convince a restaurant owner to put this big, beeping, flashing video game in their dining room.
Son's response, though, it was pure, unfiltered tenacity. He was super direct, totally confident, and he just would not take no for an answer. That persistence was, without a doubt, his biggest advantage.
Now, this is where you see how smart he was. When a restaurant owner would say something like, "This will ruin the vibe of my place," Cern didn't argue. He used social proof. He just casually mentioned that Victoria Station, a really popular steakhouse back then, already had one of his games. I mean, what do you say to that? It was basically a checkmate move that got most of them to say yes.
And boy, did they give him a shot. This next part of the story, it just perfectly captures how insanely successful this thing became, almost overnight.
So one day, Son gets this frantic phone call. It's the manager of an ice cream parlor. The brand new Space Invaders machine he just installed is broken, and there's a line of angry customers waiting to play.
You can just imagine what's going through his head as he rushes over, right? This is a brand new machine. Was it damaged on the long trip from Japan? Is there some kind of major flaw that's going to totally sink his business?
And here's the punchline. When Son gets there and opens up the machine, he realizes it isn't broken at all. The problem was, the coin box was so jammed full of quarters that it literally couldn't accept another one. The machine had made too much money to even work. Apparently, everyone who was standing there watching just erupted in laughter. What a problem to have, right?
And that wasn't a fluke. The cash was just pouring in. It took him only 2 weeks to pay off his entire investment in the machines and the shipping. In the next 6 months, he brought in 350 of these things, clearing over $1 million in pure profit. That's just wild.
But look, this wasn't just a story about a great idea and a ton of hustle. The real genius was in how he managed all that success. He wasn't just winging it. He was applying a systematic, almost scientific method to the whole operation.
A guy named Theodore Dalada, who kind of became a mentor to Son, really put his finger on what made him so different. It wasn't just that he worked hard. It was this combination of penetrating insight, this ability to just instantly see the heart of a problem, and an absolutely relentless work ethic.
Okay, so this is crucial. When he bought his first arcade, he didn't just cross his fingers and hope for the best. He had a meticulous 4-step process. First, he researched which games were the most popular. Then, he tracked the daily profits of every single machine, literally graphing their performance. Third, he analyzed the cash flow to figure out the exact break-even point for each game. And finally, he created his own daily balance sheet to manage everything. We're talking data-driven management before that was even a buzzword.
And this ruthless efficiency, it wasn't just for the machines. It extended to his people too. He'd give new employees a 3-day trial. If they didn't show real improvement and drive by day 3, they were out. It was tough for sure, but it meant he had a team that was as all in as he was.
So let's recap. He's got this perfect system. He's got a booming company called Unison World, and he's got $1 million fortune in the bank. Everything is pointing straight up, and that's exactly when he makes a decision that left everyone completely stunned.
By 1980, this company is a well-oiled machine. Sales are climbing, profits are rolling in. I mean, the guy had basically achieved the American dream before he'd even graduated from college.
And then, one day, he just turns to his partner and says, "I am going back to Japan." Just like that. Can you imagine the shock? Why on earth would anyone just walk away from a sure thing like this?
But see, here's the thing. For Masayoshi Son, this incredible success story, it wasn't the main event. In his mind, this was just the opening act.
And listen to how he described it. He said, "Everyone told me I was a fool," but he saw it completely differently. For him, this whole $1 million business, this entire company, was nothing more than a rehearsal for what was coming next.
So really, it all boiled down to 2 things. First, that long-term vision. This was all just practice. And second, something very personal. He had promised his mother he would come home after he graduated, and for Masayoshi Son, a promise was a promise.
This really gets to the heart of his grand ambition. The plan was always to go back to Japan, start a new company from square one, succeed there, and then take on the entire world. His American success was just proof that he could do it.
And so he left, famously vowing, "I shall return." And he did. He would eventually come back, not as a student with an arcade game, but as the head of SoftBank, one of the most powerful technology investors on the planet. His $1 million rehearsal was officially over. It was time for the main performance to begin.
Wow. Let's just start with that quote. "It is as if the world is holding its hands out and waiting for me." That's the mindset of a young Masayoshi Son. And you know, it's not really arrogance. It's this deep, profound sense of opportunity. This one sentence just perfectly captures the huge ambition that would go on to define him, one of the boldest, most unconventional figures in tech. His story is, well, it's something else.
So we're calling this the story of the Don Quixote of tech. Why? Well, because in his early days, his dreams were just so huge, so out there, that a lot of people just saw him as this noble but kind of delusional guy. But was he really? Let's dive in and see for ourselves.
Okay, so our story kicks off at UC Berkeley. And let me tell you, Son was brilliant. I mean, he had offers from MIT and Harvard. But here's the thing. He wasn't your typical genius student, you know, the kind who's just buried in books all day. Nah. His focus was already totally laser sharp on just one thing, business.
Now, speaking of his time at Berkeley, there's this really interesting number I want you to keep in mind. 8. 8 years. What's that about? Well, that's how long it took him to actually go back and pick up his diploma after he graduated.
So you've got to be thinking, right? A guy from one of the best universities in the world, why on earth would it take him so long to get that piece of paper? Did he just forget?
Well,
Not exactly.
the truth is, he just didn't care. Not about the ceremony, not about the diploma. The day after his very last exam, his brain was already back in Japan, totally focused on what he was going to do next. That piece of paper meant nothing to him. The only reason he went back all those years later was because he thought, maybe my daughter will ask me one day if I actually graduated.
And this moment just perfectly shows you where his priorities were. Can you imagine when he finally walks into the records office, the staff member there was just completely baffled. She just could not wrap her head around why any graduate would wait almost a decade to pick up their diploma.
So, you know, for a Berkeley grad like him, the expected path was pretty clear. Go into academia, become a big-shot researcher. But Son's path, it was completely different. Get this, he actually took a year off in the middle of his studies. But not to go backpacking or anything, nope, he took the time off to start businesses. We're talking importing arcade games and even trying to build an electronic translator.
So he gets back to Japan, ready to take on the world, and bam! He immediately hits a wall. But it wasn't a business competitor. It was something much, much deeper. Societal prejudice.
You see, Son is of Korean descent, and when he decided he was going to register his new company using his Korean family name, Son,
Instead of the Japanese name he'd been using, Yasumoto, his relatives just freaked out. They told him, "You have no idea what you're doing. Banks won't give you loans. No one will want to work for you." But Son, he wasn't backing down.
So when he applied for Japanese citizenship, the Ministry of Justice basically said, "Nope, you can't use the name Son." So what does he do? He comes up with this unbelievably clever plan. His wife, who was a Japanese citizen, legally changes her last name to Son. Now what does that do? It sets a legal precedent. So he goes back to the ministry, they check their records, and what do you know? There's already a Japanese citizen with the last name Son. They had to approve his application. Just brilliant.
Okay, so with his name and identity secured, he could finally turn all his attention to his real mission. But he didn't just, jump on the first cool idea that came along. Oh no. He started this incredibly deep, methodical, you could even say obsessive search for the one business that he would pour the next 50 years of his life into.
And where was the headquarters for this grand, world-changing plan? You've got to picture this. It was this tiny, rundown office, a tin roof, a staircase that squeaked every single time you went up or down, and zero air conditioning. Apparently, papers would just fly everywhere whenever they turned on a fan. And this is where he was planning his future empire.
And his process for choosing? It was unbelievably rigorous. He came up with a list of 25 different criteria to judge every single business idea against. And it wasn't just about making money. He was asking these really deep questions like, can I pour my heart and soul into this for the next 50 years? Will this business actually make people happy? Can I be #1 in Japan in 10 years? I mean, who thinks like that?
And look, this wasn't just him scribbling on a napkin. He analyzed 40 different business ideas against all 25 of those criteria. And the reports he generated, if you stack them all up, they'd be over 32 feet high. 32 feet! That's like a 3-story building. It just shows you the insane amount of work he put in before making his move.
All right, so all of this, it leads up to what is probably the defining moment of his early career. This is the moment where he finally reveals the massive vision he's been working on so hard to create.
So I really want you to picture this scene. He's 24 years old, he's got no money coming in, he has a brand new baby daughter at home, and he's standing on an old Apple box in that tiny, hot, tin-roofed office. And who's his audience? His entire company, which was 2 people, a full-timer and a part-timer.
And this is what he says. He's talking about revenue, but he's not talking about millions or even billions. He tells them he wants to count revenue in the trillions, and to count it so casually, so often, that it becomes like counting blocks of tofu. Can you imagine hearing that? It's just an absolutely staggering thing to say.
So what was the result of this passionate, visionary speech? The one he gave every single day? Well, his 2 employees quit. They couldn't take it. The difference between him standing on an Apple box and him talking about trillions of yen was it was too big of a leap. They thought he was nuts.
And that brings us right back to that idea of Don Quixote, right? The source material we're looking at describes him in this moment as this noble idealist who's chasing these totally impossible dreams with plans that just seem completely unattached to the real world.
But that leaves us with one last big question. Was he just a delusional dreamer? Or is having a vision that sounds completely, impossibly crazy to everyone else, is that the real starting point for every great future?
Let's travel back in time for a minute to a really pivotal moment in tech history. This is a story about 2 incredible visionaries living on opposite sides of the world. Now, they didn't know each other, but in one single year, each of them made a massive bet that would literally shape the technology we all use every single day.
You might think a quote like this comes from some philosopher, but no, that's straight from Bill Gates, a guy famous for his genius-level intellect. And it really sets the stage perfectly for our story, because this isn't about just being smart. It's about having the vision to see where the world is headed long before anyone else does.
And that brings us to our 2 main characters. Over on one side of the Pacific, here in America, we've got the genius, Bill Gates. And then, way over in Japan, we have the giant, Masayoshi Son. Both of them were about to make their mark, completely unaware of what the other was doing.
Okay, so let's set the scene. The year is 1981. The personal computer, it's a brand new thing, almost a niche hobby, but a very, very small number of people with some crazy foresight. They could see that this was the start of something huge. an information revolution that was about to change absolutely everything. So even though they had completely different backgrounds and were literally an ocean apart, both Gates and Son shared this incredibly powerful conviction. They just knew, with total certainty, that computers were the future. They knew this was the industry they had to dedicate their entire lives to.
Let's start our story in Japan with Masayoshi Son. He's just founded his company, SoftBank, and he's about to make a move that, honestly, to anybody else, would look completely insane. It was this audacious, massive gamble that would launch an empire.
And things just moved at lightning speed. So in September of '81, he starts SoftBank. Just 1 month later, he spots what he sees as the chance of a lifetime at a big electronics show, and by the end of that same year, his wild gamble would pay off in a way nobody could have possibly expected.
Now, to really get the scale of this gamble, you have to understand what he was working with. SoftBank was founded with just 10 million yen in capital. At the time, that was maybe around 45,000 US dollars. That was everything he had to build his company from the ground up.
And that big opportunity he saw, it was a single booth at the Osaka Electronics Show. The problem was, to rent a space big enough to actually make a splash, the cost was a staggering 8 million yen.
Just think about that for a second. Son took 80% of his company's entire capital and bet it all on one weekend at a trade show. I mean, his own employees were just dumbstruck. From the outside, it looked like pure madness.
But it totally paid off. Just not in the way you might think. See, he rented a booth as big as industry giants like Sony and Panasonic. He didn't actually make a lot of immediate sales, but the booth was constantly swamped with industry insiders. SoftBank won first or second place in popularity, and just like that, overnight the name came widely known. It was basically a masterclass in marketing.
All right, now let's hop across the Pacific to America. At the exact same time, Bill Gates was in the middle of a very different, but equally high-stakes kind of bet. This one involved a corporate giant and a deal that would go on to define the entire tech industry.
The players in this drama couldn't have been more different. I mean, on one side, you've got IBM, the undisputed king of computer hardware, owning something like 80% of the mainframe market. And on the other side, you've got Microsoft, this tiny little software company they tapped to build an operating system for their new personal computer.
Okay, so here is the key turning point. IBM, because they were in a rush to get to market, made this critical decision to use an open architecture. What that means is that other companies could freely make compatible hardware and software. See, IBM thought they were just building a product. What they were actually doing, totally by accident, was creating an entire ecosystem.
And this is where Gates's genius really shines. In the middle of all the negotiations, he got a clause in there that probably seemed minor at the time. Microsoft would license the new operating system, MS-DOS, to IBM, but crucially, Microsoft would retain ownership. That one little detail meant they could license the exact same software to every other company making IBM-compatible clones. It was the move that set them up for total market dominance.
Okay, back to Japan. Fresh off his trade show's success, Son was already moving on to his next challenge. He spotted another huge opportunity, but this time it was in an industry he knew absolutely nothing about: publishing.
His idea actually seemed pretty simple. Take a directory of programs for those new pocket computers, which had been a huge hit at the show, and sell it in bookstores all across the country. The only problem? Well, he had zero experience, no contacts, and really no idea how the publishing world even worked.
This is just an incredible story of pure persistence. So Son gets a meeting with a top bookstore executive, a guy named Akira Tanabe. Tanabe takes one look at this amateur stapled together book and says no. So what does Son do? He immediately borrows the guy's phone, calls to stop the printing presses, and then just launches into this passionate speech about the coming PC revolution. And he's so convincing that Tanabe not only changes his mind, but personally drives him to Japan's two biggest publishing agencies to get him a deal. And Tanabe's reaction here just says it all. This experienced, probably pretty skeptical executive was completely won over by Son's raw personality and his vision. I mean, the guy was breaking all the rules, but he just had something that pulled people into his cause. And you know what? Tanabe's gut feeling was spot on. The book, which was called The Pocketcom Library, was a massive hit. It sold like crazy. And just like that, Son had made SoftBank a major name in a second industry. It proved his vision wasn't just talk, it translated into real-world success.
So let's bring these two incredible stories back together. In that one year, 1981, these two guys were making what seemed like totally independent moves, but together they were laying the very foundation for the digital world that we all live in today.
When you boil it all down, it looks like this. In 1981, Sun launched SoftBank's publishing arm and became this major force for software distribution in Japan. And at the exact same time, Gates licensed MS-DOS to IBM and created the software standard for the entire PC industry. Two massive, parallel achievements that really did change everything.
It really paints this powerful picture, doesn't it? Two very similar figures on opposite ends of the globe, both emerging right at the dawn of the information revolution, and each one carving out a critical piece of the future for themselves.
Which really just leaves us with one final thought. Both of these men had incredible foresight. They saw the future. But you know, plenty of people have good ideas. The real question is, what does it take to actually act on that foresight with the kind of crazy audacity and conviction that both Sun and Gates showed back in 1981?
How does a company that's about to completely collapse turn into a global tech giant? Well, sometimes it really does all come down to one single moment, one conversation. Today, we're going to break down the absolutely incredible story of the one phone call that saved SoftBank. So, I want you to picture this. It's Tokyo, 1981. A 24-year-old guy, Masayoshi Son, has poured every last bit of his energy and money into his new company. But the dream? It's fading, and fast. His company is right on the brink of going bust. The stakes could not be any higher. And when I say new company, I mean this thing was tiny. The entire headquarters for SoftBank Japan was literally just 2 desks tucked away in the corner of a shared office. I mean, this was barely a company. It was more like an idea with a couple of chairs. So that's the big question, right? How in the world do you go from 2 desks and 0 money to becoming one of the most powerful tech investors on the planet? Well, as you're about to see, the answer starts with the ringing phone and one of the most unbelievable bluffs you'll ever hear. Okay, first, let's just get a handle on how truly desperate this situation was. Son wasn't just having a rough month. He had made a massive all-or-nothing bet on his company's future, and it had completely and spectacularly backfired. I mean, the scale of this gamble is just mind-blowing. Son took his starting capital, 10 million yen, and spent 8 million of it, that's 80% of everything he had, on a single booth at an electronics show. And what did he get back? A measly 300,000 yen. He was basically broke. And then, just as things are looking their absolute bleakest, the phone rings. It's a guy named Musuro Fujiwara calling from Osaka. And he's got this opportunity that sounds totally out of the blue, almost too good to be true. For Son, this was a lifeline he couldn't have even dreamed of. And you can see exactly why Son was so skeptical. On one side, you've got SoftBank with its 2 little desks. And on the other, you have J&P Technoland, a 10,000 square foot megastore. It was the biggest computer store in all of Japan. And this guy on the phone wants Son to supply software for this massive operation. Son's first thought was probably, okay, who is this, and is this a scam? So when Fujiwara invites him to Osaka to check out the store, Son can't go. But he can't admit why. He literally did not have enough money for the train ticket. So what does he do? He bluffs. He pretends he's a big-shot CEO whose schedule is just too packed. He hangs up the phone, turning down the only real chance he had. But here's where the story takes a crazy turn. The guy who called Son, Fujiwara, he happened to be the right-hand man to a very powerful, very intuitive company president. And that phone call, that bluff, it made a way bigger impression than Son ever could have imagined. Yeah, even though Son made all those excuses, Fujiwara was just completely fascinated. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he heard something in Son's voice, this weird mix of foresight and just total confidence. So he goes right to his boss, President Jagu, and tells him, I just found someone extraordinary. And the president, the head of this major corporation, he doesn't even hesitate. He completely trusts his top guy's gut feeling. He doesn't say, schedule a meeting. He says, I'm going to Tokyo tomorrow. I'll meet him then. Just incredible decisiveness. So just imagine this scene for a second. The president of a huge company walks into this quiet little room and sees, well, basically nothing. Just 2 desks and a 24-year-old kid. But instead of trying to fake it, Son is just completely honest and passionately lays out his entire vision for the future of computers. And this, right here, was the moment that changed everything. Jaegu didn't see a failing entrepreneur in a tiny office. He saw a mirror of his own youthful ambition, his own drive. It was this powerful human connection that went way beyond any business plan or balance sheet. So, with the president's blessing, Son finally makes it to Osaka. But now that he's got his foot in the door, he doesn't just ask for a small order. Oh no, he decides he's going for the whole thing, with a demand that is just as brilliant as it is audacious. The moment, the literal second, he sees the massive JMP Technoland store, his brain just kicks into overdrive. He was invited as a potential, small-time supplier. But his very first question isn't, how can I help? It's, will you give me an exclusive contract? The nerve is just, it's on another level. Fujiwara says yes, but on one condition, and it's a totally impossible one. Son has less than a month, right through the New Year's holiday, to get the distribution rights for all the major software from across the entire country. And somehow, working non-stop, he pulls it off. He delivers 10,000 titles from 100 different companies. He didn't just meet the condition, he absolutely smashed it. Now you'd think, after pulling off a miracle like that, maybe he'd take a breath, right? Nope. Son immediately uses the credibility he just earned to go after the biggest fish in the sea, Hudson Soft, the #1 software company in Japan. And he was about to make his most daring move yet. Does that line sound familiar? He walks into his very first meeting with Hudson Soft's vice president, Hiroshi Kudo, and opens with the exact same audacious demand. No warm-up, no small talk, just boom, give me an exclusive contract with the biggest software company in the market. You can imagine Kudo was just completely stunned. So when the VP understandably pushes back, saying an exclusive deal would kill their other sales, Son doesn't even flinch. He hits him with this unbelievable promise. He's not just talking about growth. He's promising to multiply their business 20, 30, even 40 times over based on nothing but his own conviction. And then he drops the line that changed everything. Right in the middle of this high-stakes negotiation, with a dead serious face, he just states, I am a genius. It's a statement of such pure, shocking self-confidence that it left the vice president speechless. I mean, who says that? So finally, the VP, probably half impressed and half just wanting to call this kid's bluff, names his price for an exclusive deal, a 30 million yen deposit. Now, this was a massive number, equal to Hudson's entire sales for a month. It was a figure designed to be impossible for a company like SoftBank. And Son's response? He doesn't even blink. No hesitation, no asking for time to think, no trying to negotiate it down, just an immediate, unwavering, yes, I will. He commits to a fortune he absolutely does not have, right there on the spot. And the craziest part is, he actually does it. He goes around to literally everyone he knows, begging for money, and somehow he pulls together the 30 million yen just before the deadline. So now he's holding exclusive contracts with the biggest PC retailer and the biggest software maker in Japan. He has the deals of a lifetime, but he's once again completely, utterly broke, with no money left to actually run the business. And this really is the question at the heart of it all, isn't it? Masayoshi Son pulled off 2 impossible deals through nothing but sheer willpower and almost unbelievable self-belief. But in the process, he put himself in an even more dangerous financial spot. It just leaves you wondering, where exactly is the line between a visionary genius and a reckless gambler? And maybe, just maybe, building an empire is all about having the nerve to make the bets that nobody else would ever dare to.
All right, today we're going to dive into one of those legendary stories from the early days of tech. It's about a single meeting, a single conversation that literally changed everything. This is the story of how Masayoshi Son, the founder of SoftBank, walked into a bank with, well, pretty much nothing, and walked out with a future. It's a real masterclass in vision, in risk, and in the power of one person betting on another. So, to really get how insane the story is, you gotta understand this Japanese idiom, Toshukuken. It basically means starting with nothing. No advantages, no money, no connections. You're just working with your bare hands. And back in 1982, that was the perfect description for the guy at the heart of our story.
You know, the ancient Greeks had these two titans, Prometheus and Epimetheus, and they're a perfect way to frame this. Prometheus was all about foresight, seeing the future and acting on it. His brother, Epimetheus, was the total opposite. He was all about hindsight, only able to judge things based on what's already happened. Now, most of the world, and especially the world of finance, runs on hindsight. But this is about what happens when two people decide to bet it all on foresight. And that really brings us to the core question here. What actually happens when a guy who has nothing but a vision for the future goes up against a system that's built entirely on judging the past? Well, let's find out. Okay, so picture this. It's 1982. A 24-year-old Masayoshi Son has this massive vision. He wants to build the #1 software distributor in all of Japan. Just one tiny problem. After making a down payment on a huge deal, he's completely, totally out of cash. He's the definition of an empty-handed Prometheus. So what does he do? He starts knocking on doors, he goes to all the major banks, and he's passionately pitching this future he sees, this incredible PC revolution that's coming. But the banks, they're all about hindsight, remember? All they see is a kid with no real track record, no property to put up as collateral, no reason at all to say yes. He was, to put it mildly, strapped for cash. And his reaction to all this rejection? Just one thought. How mortifying. I mean, you can just feel the humiliation in that. But, and this is what's so amazing about him, he didn't let it crush him. Instead, he had this mental trick. He'd tell himself, I need to see this moment from 300 years in the future. The world I'm imagining will come. He just refused to be trapped by his present reality. And then, January 1982, his luck changes. He manages to get a meeting at the Kojamachi branch of the Daiichi Kangyo Bank. Now, this wasn't some top-tier bank, and the branch manager was pretty new. But this meeting, yeah, this one was going to be different.
So let's talk about the guy Son had to convince. Masayuki Gokitani was not your typical by-the-book banker. He was sharp, stylish, what they called a Kyo boy. And there's this funny story where his coworkers made fun of him for dating a woman from a rival bank, but then the two banks merged, and suddenly everyone was praising his foresight. The key thing about him, though, is he was a true Tokyoite, impatient, and he trusted his gut feeling about people way more than a spreadsheet.
So Son shows up by himself in an American-style suit. He starts out pretty calm, talking about his time at Berkeley, his business so far. But then, when he starts describing his vision for the future of computers, his voice just swells with passion. Now, Gokitani didn't know a thing about computers, but he was completely captivated. It was logical, it was passionate, and it was convincing.
And this is so important. Son's passion wasn't just, a bunch of hot air. He had a real, concrete, three-part strategy to back it up. Step 1, specialize in digital information. Step 2, build infrastructure. And step 3, go after the herd, meaning the mass market, not just one-off sales. This clarity, this actual plan, is what really got Gokitani's attention. So they're about a half an hour into the meeting, and Gokitani's sitting there thinking to himself, I really want to help this man. And just then, the whole tone of the conversation shifts. Son pivots from his grand vision to the nitty-gritty of finance, and he makes what might be one of the boldest requests in business history. With his voice rising again, Son looks right at the banker and just says it. I need funding right now. I would like to ask you to lend us 100 million yen. 100 million yen. Just let that sink in. This is 1982, from a 24-year-old with basically no company to speak of. The sheer audacity of that number, for a guy who is literally empty-handed, is just breathtaking. Oh, but it gets better. Then came the conditions. Gokitani asks for the usual financial documents. Son says he doesn't have any. Okay. Collateral? Nope, none of that either. A guarantor to co-sign the loan? Son says he doesn't like relying on other people. And then, the cherry on top, he demands the bank's absolute best interest rate. You can just imagine Gokitani's staff who were taking notes. They thought this request completely lacked common sense. I mean, any other banker on earth would have shown him the door. But Gokitani, his gut, his own little bit of foresight, it kicked in. He just thought, this young man, he is quite out of the ordinary. Now, he stayed cool and professional on the outside, but inside, Gokitani was already leaning towards a yes. He saw something rare. And, true to his impatient Tokyoite spirit, he didn't mess around. He moved fast. Incredibly fast. I mean, just look at this timeline. Day 1, the same day he meets Son, he orders a credit check. Day 2, these amazing, glowing references start pouring in from huge names in the industry. And by the end of the week, the loan is approved by headquarters. That's it. Done.
And those references were absolutely critical. When the bank called Tadashi Sasaki, who was a managing director at Sharp, his answer was simple. Please support him. He apparently said later that he was willing to risk his entire personal fortune on Masayoshi Son. That's the kind of belief this guy inspired in people.
Now, getting this past the head office wasn't a total cakewalk. The credit department was, a little hesitant because there was nothing to analyze. But Gokitani became his champion. He argued that this was a rare chance to raise a venture business. He even got them to waive the standard interest markup just because he wanted to give this kid the best shot possible.
And so, just 1 week after they first met, Masayoshi Son gets called back to the bank. The impossible had happened. And it all led to this timeless lesson about the sheer power of foresight over hindsight.
Gokitani didn't just tell him the loan was approved. No, he said something way more powerful. He looked this 24-year-old in the eye and said, "We will make a bet on your future." It wasn't just a business transaction, it was a profound act of faith. And that's why, for years and years, Son would say his debt was to Mr. Gokitani personally, not to the bank.
Which brings us right back to our original idea. Son was obviously Prometheus, right? The one with the vision of the future. But what about Gokitani? He chose to trust his gut over a balance sheet. He was a kind of Prometheus himself, but in the world of finance. He didn't just approve a loan. He enabled a future that didn't exist yet.
And that really leaves us with something to think about. Today, in a world that is so run by data, by algorithms, by looking backward to predict the future, how much is that pure human foresight really worth? That gut feeling that tells you someone is, like Gokitani said, quite out of the ordinary. A pretty important question, I think.
All right, we're going to take a trip back to 1982 for a story that, honestly, is the key to understanding the mind of SoftBank's founder, Masayoshi Son. It's an incredible tale about how one single unified rejection didn't just fail to stop him, it actually became the rocket fuel for his entire empire.
So this is really the core question, isn't it? What happens when all the big players decide they want you gone? It's your classic David versus Goliath story, but with this insane strategic twist that really only a guy like Son could have pulled off. He was the little guy, and the giants wanted to squash him. So, how do you fight back? Okay, so let's set the scene. The year is 1982. Masayoshi Son's company, SoftBank, is just a baby, but it's growing. And to get to that next level, his software business needs one thing above all else: advertising. Now, in Japan's PC world at the time, there were really only 3 places that mattered. And here they are, the big 3 of PC magazines: IO, ASCII, and MyCom. These guys were the gatekeepers. They owned the entire conversation. If you wanted to sell anything to PC users in Japan, you had to go through them. Simple as that. So, naturally, Sony went to them to buy some ad space.
And every single one of them slammed the door in his face. The reason? It was simple, and it was brutal. They didn't see SoftBank as a potential customer, they saw him as a future competitor. So this wasn't just about denying him an ad. No, this was about trying to strangle his company before it could even take its first breath.
This was Son's response. And you can just feel the fury in those words. For him, this wasn't business. This was a deep injustice. He saw it as this petty, protectionist mindset trying to stamp out a rival just because they could. And that anger quickly turned into fuel.
See, instead of just walking away defeated, Sonia decided, okay, if you won't let me advertise in your magazines, fine, I'll just start my own. This wasn't just a pivot. This was him basically declaring war on the very industry that tried to lock him out.
And this right here, this is the moment the story shifts. It's where you see Son go from pure, raw emotion to cold, hard strategy. He had this realization that being the underdog, being the new guy, that could actually be his secret weapon.
Now, what's so fascinating is the theory he used, probably without even thinking about it. It's called the Lanchester strategy. It's a military idea for the smaller army. You don't fight the enemy everywhere at once. That's suicide. Instead, you pour every ounce of strength you have into one single, vulnerable point, to punch a hole right through their lines.
And here's how he did it in the publishing world. It was genius. The big 3 magazines were generalists. They covered everything. So Son went surgical. He launched 2 magazines at the same time, each one hyper-focused on one specific, super popular computer.
OPC was for the NEC crowd, and OMZ was for the Sharp fans. He could serve those communities way better than the big guys ever could.
So this brilliant, audacious plan should have worked, right? Well, it was an immediate, spectacular, catastrophic failure. The cold, hard reality of the publishing business was about to hit Masayoshi Son like a freight train.
He bet the farm. He printed 50,000 copies of each of those magazines for the very first issue. He had the vision, but the actual quality of the magazines, it just wasn't there yet. And even he had this sinking feeling they wouldn't sell. Turns out, he was right.
The scale of this disaster is just mind-boggling. More than 85% of the magazines came back unsold. You have to picture this, literal mountains of magazines being returned just to be fed into a shredder. And this wasn't a one-time thing. It kept happening month after painful month. And what made everything 1,000 times worse was this brutal thing in publishing called the 3-issue magazine trap. Basically, by the time he got the terrible sales numbers for issue number 1, issue number 3 was already being printed. He was hemorrhaging cash faster than he could even measure it.
Now, any normal person would have quit right here. You would cut your losses, admit you failed, but this moment is what makes Masayoshi Son who he is. Staring at total financial collapse, he decides to double down with a plan that sounds completely insane. But to do it, he needed backup.
That backup came in the form of a guy named Goro Hashimoto, a veteran editor, and his job interview was basically a trial by fire. He gets hired on September 8th, and just over a month later, he somehow managed to create a whole new magazine from thin air. This proved to Son he had the right guy for his next, even crazier, move.
Okay, just look at this plan. It goes against every single rule of business. Your magazine is a total flop. So what do? Well, if you're Masayoshi Son, you print twice as many copies, you slash the price, and you launch a 100 million yen TV ad campaign. It was completely bonkers. A true all-or-nothing bet.
Son's first move? He goes to the biggest ad agency in Japan, Dentsu, and somehow negotiates a 100 million yen ad package for just 60 million. An amazing deal. But he still didn't have 60 million yen.
So what does he do? He marches right into NEC's head office. His pitch was simple. My OPC magazine is basically a giant monthly advertisement for your computers, so you should help me pay to advertise it. And, unbelievably, the vice president, Atsuyoshi Ochi, he got it. Right there on the spot, he agreed to pay for half. The alliance was formed. The gambit was ready.
So, February 1983, the TV commercials hit the air. All across Japan, people are suddenly seeing ads for this niche computer magazine. The effect was not slow. It was immediate, and it was absolutely explosive.
Get this. In the first 3 days after the commercial started, they sold 100,000 copies. The phones in the office started ringing off the hook. And guess who was calling? All the advertisers who had shut the door on him before. The entire game had flipped. Just like that.
The victory is just staggering when you see the numbers side by side. They went from selling a pathetic 7,500 copies to selling a jaw-dropping 150,000. That counter-to-common-sense strategy didn't just save the magazines, it turned them into an absolute juggernaut. And this wasn't just some lucky break. SoftBank's publishing division completely exploded. They ended up with 8 different magazines. The very company that the Big Three tried to kill ended up becoming a dominant power in their own backyard, all because they wouldn't sell them a single ad. Years later, Goro Hashimoto, the editor who was right there in the trenches with him, gave what I think is the perfect description of Son. He is a digital person with an analog heart. He's got this cold, calculating digital brain for strategy, but the whole thing is powered by a very human, very passionate analog heart.
And that really leaves us with one final thought, doesn't it? Son's story just forces you to ask, when you're up against a wall, is playing it safe really the safest option? Or is the greatest risk of all doing nothing?
Welcome to The Explainer. You know, we always hear these epic stories about entrepreneurs at the absolute peak of their power, but today we're going to flip that script. We're diving into the story of a legendary founder, not at his strongest, but at his most vulnerable. A moment that almost ended everything before it truly began.
This is the incredible story of Masayoshi Son. At just 25 years old, his company was already raking in billions. But behind the scenes, his doctors were telling him he might not even make it to 30. This is about the crisis that forced him to redefine his entire purpose.
So, let's set the scene. We're in the early 1980s, and Masayoshi Son's new company SoftBank wasn't just growing, it was exploding.
I mean, check this out. He starts with just 3 people in 1981.
Just 2 years later, boom, he's got 125 employees. And the company? It was already pulling in a staggering 4.5 billion yen. To make this happen, Son was an absolute machine. He was barely sleeping, even skipping meals, just pouring everything he had into this incredible momentum.
So naturally, he's feeling completely wiped out all the time. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? He just figured it was part of the grind, the price of success. But a routine company checkup? Well, it uncovered something terrifying.
Turns out, this wasn't just burnout. No, his extreme fatigue was a symptom of something way, way more serious. And when he went to a top university hospital, the news they gave him was absolutely devastating.
The doctor laid it out just like that, no sugarcoating, chronic hepatitis. All work must be canceled, your life is at stake. Can you even imagine hearing that? He's only 25, and he's just been handed what was basically considered a death sentence back then.
And the outlook was just bleak. The doctor told him there was a very high probability the disease would develop into cirrhosis, and then, within just 5 years, liver cancer.
So Son gets admitted to the hospital. But here's the thing. He knew if word got out that he was seriously ill, his young, fragile company could completely fall apart. So he went to some pretty extreme lengths to keep it a secret.
And this is where the pressure just becomes immense. I mean, look at this. The official story everyone's hearing, oh, the president is on a long business trip to America. But the reality? He's in a hospital room, completely alone, literally fighting for his life. Seriously, almost nobody knew. Only a tiny inner circle, like his right-hand man, had any idea what was really going on. He would actually sneak out of the hospital to go to important meetings, putting on a brave face, a smile, the whole time. He even had a little folding cot hidden behind his office desk so he could rest. He's even preparing for the worst, selling off one of his American companies to a friend. So you can just imagine, he's trapped in this hospital, his future is a giant question mark, and this forces him to start asking some really, really deep questions about his own existence. His whole worldview started to shift. He started wrestling with these huge, fundamental questions, you know? What even is life?
Who am I doing all this for? Is it for me? For my family?
He started to wonder, couldn't he live a life with a deeper meaning? Something that could help more people, something for the greater population. And this quote right here, this really captures that turning point. Alone in that hospital room, he has this massive epiphany that's going to change not just his own life, but the entire future of his company. His purpose wasn't just to build a business anymore, it was to make people happy. And this newfound clarity wasn't just a thought. He immediately put it into action. Son realized, especially now, that he couldn't do everything by himself. He knew he needed a partner. So he seeks out this guy, Yasuhiko Omori, a super respected executive 27 years older than him. Omori had all the management and marketing experience that Son, the young visionary, knew he was missing. And Son was so meticulous about this. To get Omori on board while respecting his standing, he came up with this really clever plan to make him the new chief executive of SoftBank. It was a perfectly executed strategic hire. So here's the key takeaway from all this. This move, it wasn't him admitting he was weak. Not at all. It was a brilliant strategic play, one that came from this new, profound understanding of his own limitations and, more importantly, his life's real purpose. Masayoshi Son's battle with the deadly disease didn't end his story. It actually gave him a new one. It transformed him. And it leaves all of us with a really powerful question to think about in our own lives. Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're jumping into a forgotten war that pretty much decided the future of personal computing. It is a wild story of ambition, intense rivalry, and a crazy high-stakes battle for control between two young titans of the tech world. So let's set the scene. The date is June 16, 1983. In Japan, the personal computer market was basically the Wild West. You had dozens of different computers from all these different companies, and guess what? None of them could talk to each other. It was a total mess, a digital Tower of Babel. But on this day, all of that was supposed to change. You've got this packed press conference. Kazuhiko Nishi, the super brilliant and charismatic head of Japan's biggest software publisher, a company called ASCII,
He gets up on stage. And right there with him, a very young Bill Gates. Nishi drops this bombshell of an idea called MSX, a single unified standard to bring order to all the chaos.
But miles away, in a hospital room, his biggest rival, Masayoshi Son, hears the news, and he sees something totally different. Son, the fiery founder of SoftBank, doesn't see progress. No way. To him, this is a power grab, a hostile takeover designed to create a monopoly just for ASCII and Microsoft.
Now, Son was actually bedridden with chronic hepatitis, but this news, it lit a fire under him. He saw what Nishi was doing as pure corporate bullying, and he was absolutely determined to fight back, even if he had to do it from a hospital bed.
Look, to be clear, everybody agreed that standardization was a good thing. A single standard would help the entire industry grow like crazy. The real fight wasn't about creating a standard, it was about who was going to control it and who was going to get rich from it.
And to really get this war, you have to understand the two guys at the absolute center of it all. In one corner, you had the media darling Kazuhiko Nishi, who they called the genius, and in the other, the relentless Masayoshi Son, known as the prodigy.
These two were polar opposites. Nishi was the ultimate insider, came from a respected academic family, he was a personal friend of Bill Gates. And then you have Son. He was the total outsider, the son of Korean immigrants who had clawed his way up from nothing, just fueled by pure, raw ambition. You just knew a collision was coming.
And believe me, this whole confrontation did not come out of nowhere. The rivalry between Nishi and Son had been simmering for years, and it was all rooted in this history of perceived slights and power plays.
It started with a first meeting that Nishi barely even remembered. But as Son's company, SoftBank, started to grow, things got intense. In 1982, Nishi's company, ASCII, and other big magazines just flat out refused to run SoftBank's ads. For a young distribution company, this was a crippling blow, and it was one that Son would never ever forget.
So, that MSX announcement? Yeah, that was the final straw. For Son, this wasn't just business anymore. This was personal. He saw Nishi trying to corner the entire market, and he knew he had to make a dramatic, health-defying move to stop him.
So, what was the fight really about? Well, like a lot of things, it came down to money. Nishi's MSX standard required a massive joining fee and then a hefty royalty on every single computer sold. Son argued these fees were just designed to make ASCII and Microsoft rich at everyone else's expense. His counterproposal, fees that were 10 times lower.
So just 5 days after Nishi's big announcement, Son did something unthinkable. He secretly left his hospital room, risking a serious health relapse, and called an emergency meeting with 21 of the country's top PC manufacturers. He was officially going to war.
The night before his big meeting, Son made one last attempt at peace. He met with Nishi in a hotel. The talks completely collapsed. The next morning, Son called Nishi and delivered this chilling ultimatum, officially declaring war on the most powerful man in Japan's software industry.
And you know what? Son's gamble paid off. His declaration of war sent shockwaves through the entire industry. All the big manufacturers were terrified of getting caught in the crossfire, so they put immense pressure on both sides to find a solution. The giants were forced to the negotiating table. After 15 really tense days of mediation by industry leaders, Son and Nishi met for a second summit. And get this, Son was participating from his hospital bed. The stakes just couldn't have been higher. The future of the entire industry was on the line.
And Son won. Plain and simple. Nishi backed down. He agreed to make the MSX standard way more open, slashing the fees and giving hardware and software makers the freedom they needed to innovate without being totally controlled by ASCII and Microsoft.
Son's victory came at the perfect moment. In 1983, for the first time ever, annual PC shipments in Japan topped 1 million units. The market was literally exploding. And thanks to Son's fight, it was going to be an open and fair market where everyone actually had a chance to succeed. So, what's the big takeaway here? It's really about the power of conviction. This story is just a powerful reminder that some of tech's biggest revolutions aren't about code or hardware. They're about one person fighting for a system that's open and fair for everybody. It really makes you wonder, right? How much of the open, competitive tech world we have today was shaped by this one single war, won from a hospital bed?
Today, we're going to talk about a bet, but not a financial one. We're talking about a bet on life itself. This is the story of a young entrepreneur, Masayoshi Son, long before he became this legendary titan of industry. It's about a moment when he faced a challenge that would completely reshape his entire philosophy on life, on risk, and most importantly, on the power of just thinking differently. So let's set the scene. It's 1983. A young Masayoshi Son is stuck in a hospital room. His health is just a roller coaster. One day he feels a little better, the next he's worse. And he's just staring out the window, not thinking about the future of his company, but about the very real, terrifying possibility that he might not have a future at all.
I mean, talk about a brutal choice. Does he just sit there and passively accept his fate? Or does he fight for a completely different path? An alternative that, frankly, nobody in the mainstream was even considering. The stakes? Well, they couldn't have been higher.
So what exactly was he up against? Son had been diagnosed with chronic hepatitis. Now you have to understand, at the time, this wasn't just some serious illness. It was considered an incurable disease, a slow-motion death sentence. It was understood that it would just inevitably get worse, leading to cirrhosis and then liver cancer. There was just no known cure.
This number right here, this tells you just how much danger he was in. This thing called E-antigen is basically a marker for how aggressively the virus is attacking your liver. In a healthy person, that level is 0. Son's was over 200. The doctors told him he was on a 5-year path to cirrhosis. I mean, the clock was ticking, and it was ticking loud. But then, just when things seemed hopeless, a little glimmer of hope from a totally unexpected place. While Solon was desperately searching through medical papers, his father, Mitsunori, found something that would change everything. A small article in a newspaper about a brand new breakthrough treatment. And that little article led him to a guy named Dr. Hiro Mitsukumoto, a 37-year-old doctor over at Tornamono Hospital. Now, he wasn't famous or anything, but he was just brimming with confidence and had this revolutionary idea. Son, completely desperate, went to see him and asked him a really simple question. Will it cure my disease?
Okay, this is where the story gets really fascinating. Dr. Kamada's idea wasn't just a new treatment, it was a completely different way of thinking about the disease itself. And, in his own words, it was a risky bet. Standard practice at the time was just to manage chronic hepatitis. Dr. Kumada's idea was to cure it. His steroid desorption therapy was, it was a wild and totally counterintuitive concept. He'd use steroids to briefly shut down the body's immune system, and then, and this is the radical part, he'd just abruptly stop them. The whole point was to shock the immune system into action, to trigger this massive all-out war against the virus. He was basically turning a chronic, untreatable disease into an acute, treatable one. It was literally like fighting fire with fire. So, as you can probably guess, the medical establishment thought he was completely insane. When he presented his research back in '81, he got totally bashed by his peers. The logic back then was pretty simple. A treatment should not intentionally worsen the disease. So Dr. Kamada was an outsider, a total maverick, pushing against the entire weight of conventional wisdom. So this was the dilemma Son was facing. Path number 1, the standard treatment. Stay at his current hospital, take steroids forever just to manage the symptoms, and accept that it's incurable. Or path number 2, Kamada's bet. A high-risk, radical procedure that could actually cure him, with a claimed 70 to 80% success rate. What would you do? Son was loyal to his current doctors. The relationship between a patient and a doctor, it's built on trust. Just leaving them for some unproven, controversial treatment, it felt like a betrayal. He had a choice to make, and it was a tough one. Just imagine hearing those words after being told your disease is basically a death sentence. When Son asked Dr. Kumada point blank if he could be cured, this was the answer he got. So confident, so resolute. It wasn't a guarantee, of course, but it was the first real, tangible hope he'd been given. He said he literally trembled with fascination at the idea. And right then, in that moment, something just clicked for Son. He realized that Dr. Kumada's approach to medicine was exactly like his own approach to business. It was all about challenging the status quo, about believing that a completely different way of thinking can change absolutely everything. He decided he was going to take that leap of faith. But, choosing the path is one thing. Actually walking it is something else entirely. The treatment that came next wasn't some quick fix. It was a grueling 2-year ordeal that pushed Son to the absolute brink, both mentally and emotionally. This timeline here, it just shows you what a long road this was. He meets Kumada in January of '84, starts the treatment in March. And what followed was this dark 2-year period of just being confined, filled with despair and doubt. And it was all leading up to a single decisive day in 1986. During those 2 years, all of Son's initial optimism just vanished. He'd pull the curtains, shut himself in his room, and just stare at the ceiling. And every single time Dr. Kumada came on his rounds, Son would ask the same desperate questions. Will I get better? How is the treatment going? He was living in a really deep darkness. But even in that darkness, Son did something incredible. He transformed his confinement. He couldn't run his business. He couldn't leave the hospital. So he did the one thing he could do. He read. He devoured over 3,000 books. I mean, everything you can imagine, from comics to history, turning his hospital bed into his own personal university. And it was through all that reading that he had this profound epiphany. He was rereading the story of a samurai hero, Ryoma Sakamoto, who died when he was only 33. And Son's perspective on life just completely shifted. He realized that a meaningful life wasn't measured in years. It was measured in purpose and how much you devote yourself to a cause. So this incredible mental and philosophical transformation was happening at the exact same time his physical battle was reaching its climax. It's like a new mindset was being forged in the fire of his illness, getting him ready for the final outcome of this huge bet he had made. And then on May 9th, 1986, the results finally came in. His E antigen level, remember, it started at over 200, had fallen below 50. Dr. Kumada came in and told him, "We're gonna make it." The bet had paid off. He was cured. Son walked out of that hospital as way more than just a healthy man. He had been fundamentally changed. The whole experience gave him what's been described as a zest for living, a completely renewed sense of purpose, and a powerful philosophy that would end up guiding his entire incredible career. And all of this leaves us with a pretty big question, doesn't it? Both Son and Dr. Kumada, they faced a problem that pretty much everyone else had written off as impossible. And they didn't solve it by just making a better version of the old solution. Nope. They solved it by throwing the old solution away entirely. It just makes you wonder, what seemingly incurable problem in our own lives, or even in the world, could finally be solved if only we dared to look at it from a radically new perspective? You know, this isn't just another story about a tech mogul. We're talking about a story of survival fought on two fronts. One inside a quiet hospital room, and the other inside the very company he built from scratch. It's about how a near-death experience didn't just save Masayoshi Son's life, it completely forged his ambition into something legendary. So just imagine this. It's May 1984. You wake up, the sun's hitting your face, and the very first thought that pops into your head is, oh, I'm still alive. For Masayoshi Son, this wasn't some dramatic one-time thing. This was his daily reality. It was the first conscious, grateful thought he had every single morning in his hospital bed. He was in room #5030 of Toramonome Hospital. And to even get there, he had to do something that's just unthinkable for most founders. He stepped down as CEO of his company, SoftBank. He became chairman, but really it was just a title. He told his doctor, "Cure my disease, I don't care how long it takes." At that moment, survival was the only thing on the agenda. Every single week, his doctor, a man named Kumada, would come by for his rounds. And every single week, Son would meet him with this intense, dead serious, stone-like expression. There was no small talk, just that one heavy question. Is everything going well? You can just feel the sheer weight on his shoulders, can't you? The grim determination of a man fighting an enemy he can't even see. Now, Dr. Kumada, he had this really unique philosophy. He believed that what really cures a patient isn't just the medicine, but this internal thing he called life force. And when he looked at Son, he felt this staggering, powerful will to live. It was so strong it actually motivated the doctor himself. But here's the twist. While Son was in that hospital room, fighting for every single breath, another battle was absolutely raging. The company he had poured his entire soul into, it was collapsing from the inside. It was facing its own kind of death while he was away. So you see, he was fighting a war on two fronts. On one side, you've got this deeply personal health crisis, with a future that was completely up in the air. And on the other side, The company he built was, and this is a quote from people who were there, becoming a total shipwreck. His key people were being pushed out, the culture was being torn to shreds, everything was uncertain. And yet, and this is what is just so mind-blowing, even in that state, literally staring at a hospital ceiling day after day, his ambition was just limitless. He wasn't just thinking about surviving. He was dreaming about taking the company public, about investing in new ventures, about going to America and not just competing but winning. His body might have been trapped, but his vision was already global. Okay, so this brings us to the medical turning point. Dr. Kamada decides it's time to take a huge gamble. I'm talking about a really unconventional treatment. It was high risk, for sure, but the potential reward was, well, it was everything.
So here's how this crazy plan worked. Step 1, they gave him steroids for 2 weeks straight. Step 2, on April 5th, they just stopped. Cold turkey. Cut off all the medication, and the result, step 3, the numbers that show liver problems, they went through the roof. I mean, they soared to an all-time high. To anyone else looking at this, it would look like a complete and utter disaster.
But then Dr. Kamada looks at these terrifying numbers, and with a smile, he says, it's a good sign. What? It turns out this dangerous spike was exactly what he was hoping for. It meant the treatment had tricked Son's body into launching this massive counterattack on the hepatitis, fighting it like it was a brand new infection. The gamble was actually working. And then the news came. The single piece of news that changed absolutely everything. The main marker for the virus, this thing called the E antigen, was plummeting. And soon after, Dr. Kumada walked in and just said it. It was completely gone. In that one moment, that stone-like expression he wore for months, it just shattered. Son, who was always so composed, so stoic, he spoke in this high, shrill voice, grabbing his doctor's hands. It was just this raw, overwhelming explosion of gratitude for the man who had just given him his life back. Think about that. After all those months of intense, quiet fear and raw determination, his doctor saw him genuinely smile for the very first time. The battle inside was finally over. He had won. But, winning the battle in the hospital just meant a new war was waiting for him back at the office. He was about to return to that corporate shipwreck, and the challenge ahead, well, it was just massive. So this is what he walked into. His founding team, the people who were in the trenches with him from day one, they'd been dismissed. The board was full of strangers he didn't even know. The new management, run by a guy named Amori, was openly hostile to him. Even the clients were saying, yeah, something's a little off with SoftBank these days. It was pure, unadulterated chaos. And this quote from an early employee really just cuts right to the heart of it. The guy who had been left in charge, Mr. Amori, he didn't just disagree with Son's vision. He actually looked down on him. He was trying to turn SoftBank into just another big, boring corporation, erasing the very soul that made it special in the first place. This was a deep personal betrayal. But this is where the story truly turns. Son's return wasn't about getting revenge. It wasn't about reclaiming what was his. No, that near-death experience had forged a completely new kind of leader, a leader with a vision that was bigger, bolder, and way more urgent than ever before. And here's the most remarkable part. Instead of anger towards the man who basically tried to steal his company, Son felt gratitude. Can you believe that? Years later, he'd say he actually learned a lot from Amori. I mean, that shows an incredible kind of mental strength, to find a lesson even in the middle of a betrayal like that. So, at his very first executive meeting back, he doesn't waste a single second on the past. He stands up and immediately lays out this powerful, incredibly forward-thinking vision. He could see the digital age coming, and he knew that content and databases were going to be the whole game. You can just feel the urgency in his voice. We will have to make a move right now. But the new executive team, the one built while he was gone, they immediately shut him down. They told him his ideas were impossible, that his vision was far out of the company's league. So he had overcome a deadly disease, he had survived a corporate coup, and now he had to face his next great battle, convincing his own people to believe in his dream. And it just leaves you with this one big question. Masayoshi Son's incredible global ambition, it wasn't born in some fancy boardroom. It was forged in a hospital bed. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? How often are our own greatest strengths, our most audacious dreams, born not from our easy successes, but from our absolute moments of greatest struggle? You know, what if your biggest, most career-ending failure was actually just the setup for your greatest success? That's exactly what we're talking about today. We're going to dive into the absolutely wild story of how SoftBank's Masayoshi Son took a complete disaster and turned it into a legendary comeback. And it all starts right here with this number, 1 billion yen. That's how much personal debt Masayoshi Son found himself in after just one failed business venture. Now, to give you some context, this wasn't just a setback. This was a debt so massive, he couldn't possibly expect to pay it off in his lifetime. So you have to ask, right, how does that even happen? But more importantly, how do you come back from that? How do you not just survive, but actually use that crushing weight as fuel to build an empire? That's really the core of what we're digging into here. This isn't just about the money, it's about the mindset. Okay, so let's hit rewind. What was this billion-yen mistake? Well, it wasn't some complicated Wall Street deal gone sideways. Nope, it was something way more down to earth. A magazine that was supposed to be his big entry into the digital age, but it just completely flopped. So back in 1984, Sony launches this catalog magazine called Tag. He threw everything at it, TV commercials, posters, the whole 9 yards. The problem? Nobody was buying it. The sales just weren't there. And he'd made a promise. If it wasn't working in 6 months, he'd kill it. Well, he kept his word. Half a year later, the project was officially dead. And here's where it gets really crazy. Look at this breakdown. It wasn't just the 600 million yen in losses. It cost another 400 million just to shut the thing down properly. And here's the key part. Instead of letting SoftBank, his company, take the hit, Son insisted on taking it all on himself. 1 billion yen of personal debt right on his own shoulders. Anyone else would be absolutely devastated, right? But this is where the story takes a turn. Facing this impossible mountain of debt, Son's reaction was, and I quote, "I can make 1 billion. It's not much." I mean, can you believe that? This wasn't just some empty boast. It was a deep, fundamental refusal to let failure define him. And that attitude, it would become his most powerful weapon. So this leads us to the pivot. With a billion-yen crater in his finances, Son didn't hide. He went on the attack. He proved that his confidence wasn't just talk. He immediately started hunting for the next huge opportunity. And boy, did he find one, in an industry that was just about to explode. So it's 1985, and Japan's telecom monopoly, NTT, gets privatized. All of a sudden, the market is blown wide open. New companies are jumping in to compete, and Son sees this as a massive, wide-open battleground. He knew he had to move fast, but he also knew he couldn't do it by himself. So he zeroes in on this guy, Hideo Okubo. Okubo was already making a name for himself, selling phones and fax machines, all the new communication gadgets. He was ambitious, a little bit older than Son, and, this is really important, he'd also been through his own tough times. Son saw a kindred spirit, someone who got it. All right, so how do you convince a rising star to team up with you when you're literally a billion yen in the hole? Well, Son's approach was, let's just say it wasn't in any business textbook. It all went down in a late-night meeting with a proposal that left even a tough negotiator like Okubo totally speechless. This is literally what he said. He meets Okubo close to midnight, looks him dead in the eye, and asks, "Why don't we get married?" And he wasn't joking, not even a little bit. It was just this incredibly audacious, unforgettable way to pitch a business partnership. And the logic behind this crazy proposal was actually brilliant. Son laid out this concept he called CNC, computers and communications. The pitch was so simple and powerful. Look, SoftBank is #1 in computer software. You're #1 in communications hardware. We're both #1. Let's get married and we'll own the future together. But hey, a partnership needs more than just a bold idea. It needs a product, a real killer app. And so Son didn't just have a vision. He had a very specific, genius solution to a problem that thousands of people were about to face in this new telecom world. Okay, so here was the big problem. Using these new, cheaper phone companies was a total pain. If you wanted to make a cheap long-distance call, you had to first look up which company had the best rate for that specific area. Then you would define their special prefix code, dial that, and then finally dial the actual phone number. It was a hassle, and it was slowing everything down. Son's solution was just beautiful. A simple little box. You plug your phone into it, and that's it. Whenever you dial a number, the box automatically figures out the cheapest line for that call and connects you. No looking things up, no special codes, just seamless savings. It was a game changer. And get this, after coming up with the idea and actually filing the patent for it himself, Son promised he could develop the whole thing in 2.5 months. And he actually did it. He created the world's very first adapter of its kind, the NCC box, with just unbelievable speed. So now comes the final boss battle, negotiating with a titan. With their brilliant little box in hand, Son and Okubo went to pitch it. Their target? Kazuo Inoue, the legendary founder of Kyocera and DDI, one of the new telecom giants. This meeting was going to make or break them. And this is where the conflict really heats up. Son and Okubo's whole plan was to sell their adapter to all the new companies. They wanted to help the entire industry grow and, collect royalties from everyone. But Inoue, this titan of industry, he had a very different idea. He wanted to buy 500,000 of them, but only if he got exclusive rights, which would give his company a massive leg up on the competition. The negotiation, which took place on Christmas Eve of all days, was an absolute marathon. It went on for 10 straight hours. Just imagine it. Son and Okubo, two young guys, up against the legendary Inoue and his army of 20 senior execs. It was a total pressure cooker. And in the end, they cracked. Inoue wore them down, and they signed the exclusive contract. On the way back to their hotel, Son was just completely broken. He turned to Okubo and said he felt miserable, that they'd given up their whole vision for the device. It really seemed like it was all over. And this brings us to the final incredible lesson here. Defeat looked certain, but what happened next is what makes this story legendary. After a sleepless night, they made a move fueled by that exact same audacity that let Son look at 1 billion yen of debt and just shrug. The very next morning, they went to Inoue's house. Son, with his voice literally shaking, told this titan of industry that they wanted to take back the contract they had just signed. Think about that. This is the guy who said 1 billion yen isn't much, and now he's putting his entire future on the line, not for a payday, but for his vision. He was betting on himself, even if it meant enraging one of the most powerful men in Japan. And the bet paid off. Inoue, after giving them a serious tongue-lashing, actually returned the contract. Son and Okubo then went and sold the adapter to a different company, Japan Telecom. The royalties just started flooding in. We're talking several billion yen. And just like that, Son paid off his entire 1 billion yen debt. Instantly. So what do we take away from all this? Yeah, Son cleared his debt, which is amazing. But the real win was the lesson. That brutal 10-hour negotiation forged him into the tough, relentless negotiator he became famous for. It really makes you think, doesn't it? Is your biggest failure just a failure? Or is it hiding the exact experience you need for your greatest opportunity?
How do you really get the measure of a legendary founder? It's usually not about their biggest wins, right? It's about how they handle a crisis. And today, we're going to look at 2 stories, 2 major trials, that really show you who Masayoshi Son of SoftBank is deep down. Let's dive in.
So picture this. We're in a super tense boardroom. Son's company has grown, and that means every single part of it is being scrutinized. And there's one business in particular, and man, things are looking really bad for it.
And there it is. An executive board member just drops the bomb. The suggestion isn't to fix it or scale it back. No, the proposal is to just axe the entire publishing division. Cold.
And here's why. We're talking about a staggering loss. 200 million yen down the drain. This wasn't just a bad quarter. This was a massive cumulative hole in the books. So you can see why the board was freaking out, right? From a purely financial standpoint, their argument made total sense.
But for Masayoshi Son, this was never just about the money. This business was his baby. He had built it from nothing, running around every single day to get it off the ground. To him, shutting it down would be like admitting a part of him had failed. It was deeply personal.
So after holding it all in, Son finally speaks. And he's firm. He's not just saying no, he's completely changing the conversation.
He argues the business isn't the problem, the management is the problem. And boy, was he about to prove it.
And what does he do? In a totally unexpected move, he makes himself the new deputy director of this failing department. He's jumping right into the fire. And his first order of business? A big meeting with all the staff.
So he gets all the editors in a room, and he doesn't beat around the bush at all. He lays it out right there. Turn this around, or your magazines are gone. This was not a friendly pep talk. This was a stone-cold ultimatum.
Well, the team is completely shell-shocked. The chief editor, Goro Hashimoto, who's been incredibly loyal, just snaps. He feels like Sony is just steamrolling them. So in this huge act of defiance, he stands up to walk out, and the entire room starts to follow him. We're talking about a full-on mutiny.
And this is a masterclass in leadership right here. Son could have easily fired them all. But what does he do? He completely diffuses the situation. Wait, let's sit down and start over. Boom. Just like that, he shows respect. Hashimoto is so blown away by Son's composure, his nerves of steel, that he sits right back down. Son didn't just get their compliance, he won back their loyalty stronger than ever. The fight was over.
Okay, so now he has the team back on board, and Son immediately puts up a bunch of pretty radical changes into motion. He was dead set on turning this ship around, and he was gonna do it fast.
And here's the playbook. First, a total mindset shift. He made everyone, especially the creative editors, think about profit. He had them manage their own budgets. He started weekly meetings where all the numbers were out in the open, total transparency. And finally, he went after every single expense. I mean, everything.
And you know what? It worked. It worked like crazy. In just 6 months, that's half a year, a division that was 200 million yen in the hole was actually making money. An absolutely incredible turnaround that proves Son was right all along.
Fast forward to the department's year-end party. Son gets up to give a speech. But as he starts thanking everyone for their hard work, his voice just cracks. He's totally overcome with emotion. This tough, demanding leader is just filled with gratitude.
And for the people in that room, it was a huge deal. They had never seen him cry before. It was this incredibly rare moment that showed just how much this all meant to him. He hadn't just saved a business, he'd saved his child, and the relief was just pouring out of him.
All right, let's switch gears to our second trial. Now this one's different. It's not about saving something that's failing. It's about Son sizing himself up against the biggest name in the game. Of course, I'm talking about Bill Gates.
The year is 1987. Son gets on a plane to Seattle. Now on paper, his mission is simple. Interview Bill Gates for a new magazine. But let me tell you, his real reasons for being there were way more ambitious.
Okay, so this interview, it wasn't just an interview. It was more like a prize fight. You've got Son, the challenger, just firing off questions one after another like a machine gun. He's relentless, he's ambitious. And on the other side, you have Bill Gates, the titan of the industry. And even he is kind of thrown off balance, visibly excited, almost struggling to keep up. It was a total intellectual clash.
So, the interview goes way over time, but the real story, the real move, happens after the mics are off. Son UC had a secret plan from the very beginning. This is just classic Son. He's obsessed with the details. The interview's over, but he's not done. He actually insists on going to visit the high school where Bill Gates got his start. He's not just interviewing his rival, he's studying him, trying to figure out what makes him tick.
But let's rewind for just a second. Right before they even started recording, Gates gave Son this little tip, almost like an afterthought. He said, "You should read this trade magazine, PC Week. It'll tell you everything you need to know about the industry." A simple piece of advice, right? Well, not to Son.
For a mind like Masayoshi Son's, nothing is just a simple piece of advice. His big takeaway from this entire trip to Seattle wasn't just a fantastic interview. Oh no, it was something way, way bigger.
And this is the brilliant part, the masterstroke. Son's real goal wasn't just to write about the PC world. He wanted to control the flow of information in Japan. That one little comment from Gates, that became his entire strategy. The interview was just the cover story. The real prize was locking down the Japanese rights to PC Week, the very magazine his rival just told him was the Bible of the industry. Think about that. Where anyone else would hear a book recommendation, Masayoshi Son saw an empire. That's what sets a founder like him apart. They're just playing a completely different game.
You know, behind every legendary success story, especially with these tech titans who feel like they changed the world all by themselves, there's almost always someone else. A key figure, kind of hidden in the background. A mentor, a guide, a partner who helps make the impossible, well, possible. Today, we're going to pull back that curtain on one of the most important partnerships in modern business history. Just let that sink in for a second. This isn't just some nice praise. This is a claim that the entire story of SoftBank, one of the most powerful tech investors on the planet, might not even exist as we know it if not for this one guy. It's a huge what if that makes you look past the famous founder and ask a totally different question. And that is the question we're digging into. Who was this mystery man? We're going to uncover the story of the person Son himself called his American father and see exactly how their wild partnership completely reshaped the global tech world. All right, let's get right to it and meet the man himself. His influence was so deep that Masayoshi Son, a guy not exactly known for being sentimental, gave him this incredibly warm and powerful title, his American father. His name was Theodore Delata, but everybody just called him Ted. And he wasn't just some consultant or employee, he was the driving force that basically launched Sony onto the world stage. So you gotta wonder, what was it about this guy that made him the perfect mentor for a young, super ambitious entrepreneur from Japan? Well, Ted's background was pretty much a perfect storm of experience. He was a Polish immigrant who had totally lived the American dream. He was a PhD engineer from the legendary Bell Labs. I mean, this is the place that produced 11 Nobel Prize winners. He was a seasoned exec in the tech world, and, this is key, he was looking for a brand new, meaningful challenge. This wasn't just some guy for hire. He was a person of real substance. And the way these two met, it's seriously the stuff of legend. It wasn't some long, formal process. Nope. It was fast, it was bold, and it really set the tone for their entire relationship. And get this is how quickly it all went down. On the very same day, a colleague mentions Son's name. Delata picks up the phone and makes one call across the Pacific. And on that very first call, Son makes a request that is just almost unbelievable in its boldness. Just try to imagine getting that call. You've never met this person, they are literally halfway around the world, and they ask you to drop everything you're doing and get on a plane to Tokyo tomorrow? That's not just confidence, that was Son's absolute belief in the urgency of his own vision. And the craziest part? It worked. Delata, this veteran executive, was so blown away by Son's sheer nerve that he rerouted an entire international business trip. He completely changed his plans for a total stranger because he had a feeling this was a call he just couldn't ignore. But, you know, what really cemented their relationship wasn't some business deal. It was a series of incredibly human and, honestly, pretty funny moments that showed who Son really was. So picture this scene. You're at the Beverly Wilshire, one of the most famous, glamorous hotels in the world, you know, from the movie Pretty Woman. And there's Masayoshi Son, this up-and-coming business tycoon, who has just accidentally locked himself out of his massive suite, completely barefoot. In this moment of total panic, with his keys and his shoes stuck in the room, Son turns to his brand new, very distinguished American colleague, a guy he barely knows, and with this comical look on his face, he just cries out for help like a little kid. Mommy. Now that could have been a super embarrassing moment, but instead, it became this foundational piece of their friendship. In that instant, Delata saw past the big-time visionary and got a glimpse of this innocent, unguarded, and deeply human side of Son. And that created a real fondness that went way beyond any business contract. And then, just a few weeks after that, the playful, barefoot character was gone, and the relentless businessman was back. When Delata asked how much of his time Son wanted to buy, the answer wasn't a number of hours or days. It was a philosophy. It was as much as possible. So now Delata had seen both sides, the playful kid and the intensely focused genius, and he was all in. So with their bond now rock solid, Delata's role really shifted from just a consultant to a true mentor. He started coaching Son on all the unwritten rules he'd need to learn to really conquer the American corporate world. And this is just a perfect little example. They're at a super fancy, top-tier restaurant and Son just wants a hamburger. Delata gently corrects him, explaining that for an established entrepreneur, what you order isn't just about food. It's about projecting an image of sophistication, of belonging. It was a lesson in perception. And look, This mentorship went way beyond table manners. Delata spoke 4 languages, so he was meticulous. He corrected the tiniest nuances in Son's English. He drilled him relentlessly for his first big English speech. And most importantly, he taught him all those subtle cultural cues you can't find in any textbook. He was basically polishing a diamond for the world stage. In all of this coaching, this partnership, it was all building towards a single goal. A goal so audacious, so seemingly impossible, that at the time, people really thought Son had to be joking. But the people who really mattered, they could see it. After his very first meeting with Son, the legendary publishing magnate William Ziff, a guy who had seen it all, told a colleague he had only met 3 true geniuses in his life. And he put Masayoshi Son right on that list, next to Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That wasn't just a compliment, it was like a prophecy. So how did Son react to meeting this giant of industry? He just turns to his associate and says, almost casually, that he hoped to buy Ziff's entire company one day. I mean, at the time, the idea was just absurd. Ziff Davis was a publishing titan, and Son's company, SoftBank, was just this small software distributor in Japan. His colleague just laughed, right? Thought it was a joke. But Son wasn't laughing. He was deadly serious. And 5 years later, he did it. With the relentless guidance and coaching of his American father, Ted Delata, Masayoshi Son achieved his impossible dream. He bought the Ziff Davis publishing empire for over $2 billion. You know, the story of Son and Delata isn't really just about business. It's a testament to how the right partnership can change everything. It really makes you wonder, who are the mentors, the guides, the American fathers out there in our world today, quietly helping other people turn their impossible dreams into reality? Okay, picture this. The year is 1989. Japan is riding high. At the absolute peak of this massive economic bubble. Japanese companies are buying up the world. Mitsubishi just snagged the Rockefeller Center. The confidence is through the roof. But right in the middle of all that, a young entrepreneur named Masayoshi Son sees something different. He sees a new wind, a new current that's about to totally reshape Japan's tech scene. See, while everyone else was focused on the big, established industries, Son was looking ahead. He saw that business networking, specifically what we call local area networks, hadn't really made a dent in Japan yet. But he just knew it was about to explode. This was a gigantic, completely untapped market, just sitting there, waiting for someone bold enough to grab it. So you might be wondering, what exactly is a LAN? Well, it's pretty simple, really. It's the system that links up all the computers in one place, like an office, letting them all talk to each other and share info. It sounds basic now, but back in '89, this was revolutionary. The power to network an entire company was about to change everything, and Son was determined to be the guy who brought that revolution to Japan. Now, to get his hands on this tech, Son aimed for an American giant, Businessland Inc. But let's be real about the power dynamic here. In sumo wrestling terms, this was a total mismatch. Son's company, SoftBank, was like the lowest-ranked wrestler, a Hiramaku. And Businessland? They were the grand champion, the Yokozuna. They had annual sales of 200 billion yen and were growing like crazy. Son was a complete nobody in comparison. But did that stop him? Of course not. Son put together his own small, scrappy crew for a high-stakes trip to America. You had Son himself, the mastermind behind it all. Then there was Ted Delata, his guy in the US, Ken Miyauchi, his trusted right-hand man, and Takayuki Yabe, the sales guru. This tiny team was about to go up against a Goliath. Their first objective sounds simple, but it was anything but. All they had to do was get a meeting with David Norman, the CEO of Businessland. This guy was the gatekeeper to the whole industry. Son was convinced, though, that if he could just get in the room, if he could just talk to the man one-on-one, he could make it happen. And you know what? He was right. After getting the cold shoulder at first, Son's pure persistence started to win Norman over. He actually agreed to a partnership. Son pushed his luck and asked for an intro to a major networking company. But Norman's answer was a twist nobody saw coming. He didn't just give him a contact. He gave him a piece of advice that changed the entire game. Novell. It was a name Son didn't even recognize. But David Norman knew. Novell was the absolute king of network operating systems. They controlled an incredible 65% of the entire US market with their product, NetWare. Norman wasn't just giving him a tip. He was pointing him straight to the very heart of the industry. What happened next was just a blur of activity. Norman introduces Son to Novell's CEO, a guy named Ray Norda. Son, doing what he does best, just unloads all of his passion and his vision for the Japanese market. And Norda, who'd been looking for a way into Japan, saw the perfect partner. They shook hands, the deal was done. It looked like a flawless victory. But it was too perfect. Just 1 month later, back in Japan, Son gets some news. And it was like a punch straight to the gut. A complete, total, unbelievable betrayal. The deal was off.
Yep, Novell had double-crossed him. They'd gone behind his back and signed a tentative deal with Kanematsu Gosho, one of the biggest and most powerful trading companies in all of Japan. Son had been completely outplayed. He had just learned a very, very tough lesson about how sharp-elbowed American business could be.
Now most people would be crushed. They'd spend days, maybe weeks, trying to figure out what to do next. Not Son. His reaction was immediate, decisive. It's his signature style. He gets the bad news, and literally within hours, he's in a car, speeding to the airport, already on the phone with his U.S. chief, Ted Delata. By the next morning, he's on American soil. This is my favorite part. On the way to the airport, he tells Delata to book him a flight to Salt Lake City to go see Novell's CEO, Ray Norda. When Delata asks, okay, when's the meeting, Son's reply is just pure uncut audacity. He doesn't have a meeting. He just tells Delata, you're the one who's going to make the appointment. He was going after him no matter what.
And amazingly, it works. Delata tracks Norda down and gets the meeting. So Son, this underdog who just got totally betrayed, walks right back into Novell headquarters for a face-to-face showdown. Let's just say the smiles and handshakes from the first meeting, yeah, those were long gone. This was serious. And Son came ready. He laid out this brilliant argument. He said, look, who did you pick? Kanematsu Gosho? They're a general trading company. These guys sell caviar and foie gras. What do they know about computers? And then he contrasts that with SoftBank. We, he says, are technology specialists. We have the connections. We are the right partner for a high-tech launch in Japan. But here comes the masterstroke. Son didn't just offer his own company. He looks at Norda and says, I could introduce you to some very powerful partners. And then he starts listing the absolute titans of Japanese electronics. He was offering to bring them all, NEC, Fujitsu, Toshiba, you name it, into a joint venture. This wasn't just a small company asking for a deal anymore. This was an all-star team of Japan's tech elite. Norda was completely sold. He agreed to send his executive vice president back to Japan with Son the very next day. And this part is just classic Son. He doesn't wait to land. On the flight home, he's on the airplane phone, calling up the heads of NEC, Fujitsu, and all the others, locking down investment commitments while literally flying over the Pacific Ocean. The result was just a stunningly fast turnaround, a victory pulled from the ashes of defeat. By the spring of 1990, Novell Japan was officially established. By June, all those big electronics companies were in. And by July, Son's company officially became SoftBank. He had just turned his worst setback into his greatest victory. I mean, think about it. He was on the brink of total failure, and he snatched this incredible win. He didn't just react to what was happening. He created his own storm, his own opportunity. As his biographer puts it, in that moment, a new wind blew through the industry, and you can be damn sure Masayoshi Son was riding it. Son was outgunned in every way, size, money, influence, but he still won. He won because of unbelievable speed, incredible audacity, and just a flat-out refusal to accept defeat. And it really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In a world full of giants, is that kind of lightning-fast, ridiculously bold action the only real weapon an underdog has left?
So what's the code? What's that secret software running inside the mind of one of the boldest founders out there, Masayoshi Son of SoftBank? Well, the answer isn't in some textbook. It's found in the moments between total disaster and incredible success. And for him, it all kicks off with a crisis.
Okay, just picture this. You're 33 years old. You're seen as this invincible wonderkind. Your latest venture is a huge success, and then, just like that, you look over and your entire command post is engulfed in flames. That's not a movie scene. That's exactly where Masayoshi Son found himself.
The year is 1990. Son's joint venture, Businessland Japan, is absolutely killing it. Everyone's talking about it. Everything seems to be going perfectly. But under the surface, a storm was brewing. And this wasn't just about spreadsheets and profit margins. This was a real crisis of character. I mean, look at this timeline. In 1989, it's all green lights. The venture is a hit right out of the gate. But then, just 1 year later, wham! The American parent company is about to go bankrupt. And all of a sudden, Sony's successful Japanese operation is facing complete dissolution, staring down a mountain of debt. The whiplash was just brutal.
So what does he do? Well, he immediately hops on a plane to America. But here's the thing. He's not just flying over to negotiate a business deal. Nope. He's there to fight for a principle. And what we get is this incredible showdown between making a profit and doing the right thing. And this meeting, wow, it laid bare a total clash of philosophies. On one side, you have Son demanding that the American chairman, Norman, take responsibility. He's saying you have to refund the Japanese investors. But Norman just fires back, pointing to the paperwork saying, look, the contract doesn't require me to do anything. Legally speaking, Son had nothing. No leg to stand on. The contract was clear, but he just wouldn't give up. He argued with this relentless spirit, this powerful resolve that, you won't believe it, actually started to move the American executive. This wasn't a legal battle, it was a battle of sheer conviction. In the end, the chairman agreed to pay back the investors. But SoftBank still had to eat the venture's losses, and the price tag on that? Over 200 million yen. I mean, for Son's company at that time, that was a massive financial hit. But here's the absolute key to understanding him. Son didn't see this as a loss. Not at all. He saw it as a payment. It was the price he had to pay to get his hands on an asset that was way, way more valuable than money. And what was that asset? Trust. Plain and simple. The executives from the companies who got their money back, they were floored. They never, ever expected it. By choosing his principles over his profits, Son took what was a complete business disaster and turned it into this powerful, unforgettable demonstration of his integrity. Now, this unique way of thinking, of turning a crisis into a lesson, it wasn't just for the boardroom. It applied to his personal life, too. Let me tell you this story about his younger brother, Taizo, who was facing a totally different kind of crisis, failing his university entrance exams. So his younger brother, Taizo, fails his exams not once but twice. He's feeling like a total failure, you know? But he picks himself up, creates this incredibly detailed study plan, and he proudly shows it to his big brother. And soon, he takes one look at it and just throws it out. What in the world are you thinking? Son's method was, well, it was completely out there. He tells his brother, stop thinking of a year as 12 months. Instead, he has him divide 365 days by 14. This creates these little 26-day months. Now, what's the genius here? It's that it builds a buffer, 4 or 5 spare days, into every single month. It's critical time to catch up, review, and actually master the material. It's almost like an early version of agile sprints, a system designed for success because it plans for things to go wrong. So Taizo gets to it, studying like crazy, 18 hours a day. And he tracks his progress. Green for tasks he's completed, red for ones he's failed, and yellow for stuff that's only half done. He shows his progress report to Son, super proud of all that green. But Son, he's not impressed. He points to the chart and says, yellow is the problem here, not the red. Look, failure is going to happen. And green, that's what you're supposed to do. But yellow, the incomplete stuff, that's where the ambiguity is. That's where you're not being honest with yourself about what's really finished. For Son, mastering that yellow zone is the real key to making progress. So you see this obsession with methodical progress and crystal clear results? Well, it carries right over into how Son sees business itself. And he's got this simple, really powerful analogy for it that pretty much anyone can get. It's a video game. So how do you win at business? Son used Super Mario Bros. Of all things to teach his brother the answer. His whole philosophy was simple. You have to know how to beat the game the right way. Now there's the tempting way, right? The easy way. You find the warp pipe, you skip from level 1 straight to level 4. But Son says, no, that's the absolute wrong way to play. Yeah, you might get to a higher stage, but you'll be weak, you'll be inexperienced, and you'll be totally unprepared for what's coming. Son's way. You clear every single level, you fight every Goomba, you collect every coin. You build your skills methodically, one step at a time. In business, that means you don't take shortcuts. You master the product before you try to scale. You dominate your local market before you try to go global. You build a rock-solid foundation of experience. His brother Taizo just sums it all up perfectly. He says Son is incredibly prudent, almost painstakingly meticulous in his planning,
That's the clearing every level part. But once he decides to move, once he decides to act, he commits with overwhelming force. He's crossing that bridge in a dump truck.
So how does this all fit together? When you look at him facing down a CEO in America or mentoring his brother with this crazy calendar, every single one of his actions is being powered by one single underlying force. It's a powerful, unwavering resolve. That's the common thread through everything. It's the conviction that makes you spend millions to build trust when a piece of paper says you don't have to. It's the discipline to invent a 14-month year just to kill ambiguity and guarantee you make progress. And it's the patience to clear every single level of the game, building your strength methodically before you make that huge, bold move.
And you know what? This philosophy, it paid off. After turning that 1990 crisis into a foundation of trust, and after instilling these core values in the people around him, Son took SoftBank public in July of 1994. But this wasn't the end of the game, not by a long shot. It was just beating the boss to get to the next level.
It all really boils down to this idea captured perfectly by the 19th century revolutionary Shoin Yoshida. It's this belief that if you set your mind to something, if you have that firm resolve, you can do anything. And really, it leaves a final question for all of us, doesn't it? What's the high aim that's fueling our own resolve?
Let me tell you a story. It's about one of those lightning in a bottle moments in the history of the internet. It's about vision, it's about speed, and it's about a billion-dollar bet made by one man who could see the future while pretty much everyone else was still trying to figure out the present. Okay, so picture this. It's Las Vegas, November 1995. We're in a suite on the 29th floor of the Hilton Hotel. Down below, the world's biggest computer expo, Comdex, is buzzing. But up here, away from the noise, a much, much higher stakes game is about to go down. And that's the central question, isn't it? A massive, potentially world-changing investment opportunity just drops into your lap. The catch? You have to decide by Friday. That's it. 48 hours to make a call that could either launch your company into the stratosphere or sink it. The pressure is just off the charts. At the center of this storm is Masayoshi Son, the CEO of SoftBank. And here's a funny little detail. He's staying in this incredible suite on the 29th floor, but he absolutely refuses to step out onto the balcony. Why? Because the guy is terrified of heights. Talk about a paradox, right? For a man about to take one of the biggest leaps of faith in business history. So let's get into it. This incredible bet all came together in that Vegas hotel room with a very, very loud clock ticking in the background. So who's in the room? You've got Son, his trusted executive secretary Masahiro Inoue, and the execs from SoftBank America. Son kicks things off saying something like, "There's this very interesting internet company called Yahoo, and I want to invest." The tip came from a good source, but there was no time to waste. The decision had to be made, like, right then. After a quick huddle, they land on a number, $2 million. Now, that's a lot of money, for sure, but really, it was just the seed money. It was the first small step toward a much larger and, frankly, revolutionary play. With that initial decision locked in, Son flies out to Silicon Valley to actually meet the founders. And this is where his unique style really comes out to play. This was not going to be your typical, stuffy corporate negotiation. So Yahoo's founders, Jerry Yang and David Filo, are getting ready to wine and dine this major potential investor. But Son, he has other ideas. He insists on takeout pizza and some sodas right there in their tiny Mountain View office. He didn't care about all the formal stuff. He just wanted to talk, to really get inside their heads and understand their vision for the future of the internet. You see, for Son, he wasn't just putting money into some new technology. He was investing in people. He saw the fire, the passion, the ridiculously high aspirations in Yang and Philo, and he just knew. He knew he'd found the right people. For him, the bet wasn't on the company. It was on the founders. But hold on, that $2 million? That was just the ante. When Yahoo was ready to go public, SoftBank didn't just double down, they went huge. They invested another 10 billion yen, which was about $100 million back then, to lock down a massive 35% stake in the company. Son wasn't just playing the game, he was all in. But the story doesn't end in America. Nope. The next and maybe most critical move was bringing Yahoo to Japan. And for this mission, Son turned to his right-hand man, Masahiro Inoue. Now, SoftBank wasn't the only Japanese company trying to get a piece of Yahoo.
Inside Yahoo's office, there were literally stacks of these thick, formal proposals from other big firms. They were all playing the old, slow, bureaucratic game, drowning the founders in paperwork. And then Masahiro Inoue walks in, completely empty-handed. No proposal, no binders, no fancy slide deck. He just looks at Jerry Yang and says this. It was so simple, so agile. His pitch was basically, let's just start, right now.
And that right there, that was the whole game. While everyone else was stuck in the past, moving at a snail's pace, SoftBank was built for speed. They just understood something fundamental about this new internet economy that the others didn't. And you know what? It worked. It totally worked. Yang was blown away by the directness. They shook hands right then and there. The joint venture for Yahoo Japan wasn't born from a 100-page contract. It was born from a shared belief in one absolutely critical idea. Speed. That was it. Both Inoue and Yang knew, deep down, that in the internet business, speed is everything. It wasn't about having the most perfect, detailed plan. It was about being the fastest to get it done. That shared philosophy was the bedrock of their whole partnership. This whole incredible success story was really driven by the dynamic between these two guys, Masayoshi Son, the big-picture visionary, and Masahiro Inoue, the architect who could actually make it happen. Inoue had this amazing insight into Son. He described him as having this incredible dual personality. On one hand, he was unbelievably bold, ready to make these massive bets on the future. But on the other, he was super meticulous, especially with numbers, just constantly asking, why? Inoue also got Son's unstoppable force of will. He knew that once Son had decided on a course of action, that was it. There was no changing his mind. His determination was absolute. So Inoue knew, at that point, you just get on board and make it happen. So what happens when you combine that bold vision, that careful planning, and just relentless speed? Well, you get an absolute explosion of growth, a legacy of speed. And here's the payoff. I mean, just look at these numbers. In a few short years, Yahoo Japan went from a tiny startup to a total powerhouse. By 2004, they were hitting 700 million page views a day. This wasn't just growth, it was an explosion. That's what speed gets you. And this all goes back to what Son declared at the very start of 1996. He saw the dawn of a new age, and unlike his rivals, he didn't dip a toe in the water. He went all out. This wasn't just some business plan. For him, it was a manifesto. You know, this story happened decades ago, but it leaves us with this really powerful question for today. In a world that just keeps getting faster and more chaotic, is that ability to see what's coming and just act on it instantly without a binder full of proposals? Is that the only advantage that really matters anymore? All right, today we're going to unpack the really surprising philosophy behind one of the world's most aggressive tech investors. And we're going to do it by looking at this one single moment. A moment when his super fast-paced world just came to a complete and totally unexpected stop. So this is really the core question of our story today, isn't it? You've got this guy who is famous for constant, relentless motion. What on earth happens when he's put in a situation defined by absolute stillness? Let's find out. You know, this line just perfectly captures Masayoshi Son back in the late 1990s. He wasn't just part of the tech revolution, he pretty much was the revolution. He was like a force of nature, and to really get what that means, let's just take a look at what he was actually up to. I mean, just look at this timeline. In just 5 years, the guy bought the world's biggest computer expo, its biggest computer magazine, became the #1 shareholder in Yahoo, and then went and established NASDAQ Japan. His moves were literally creating new currents in the global economy. So yeah, this became his reputation. He was a disruptor, a catalyst, someone who was all about constant forward motion. But in 1997, that powerful wind was about to run into something it just couldn't move. A moment of pure, absolute tranquility. And this slide just lays it out perfectly. On one side, you've got the whole internet revolution, all speed, disruption, global networks. And on the other, the way of tea, stillness, tradition, literally 600 years of history all contained in a single room. Well, these two worlds are about to collide, all because of a very unexpected invitation. So get this, the invitation was for a tea ceremony to celebrate the 600th anniversary of the Golden Pavilion. This was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. The host wanted to connect with modern leaders, and Son, who'd never even been to a tea ceremony, was recommended as a modern samurai. And you know what? Despite his insane schedule, he accepted.
Okay, so let's actually go inside the ceremony itself and see how this whole thing unfolded for a man who was used to a completely different universe. Turns out, even a titan of industry can be way out of his element. Dressed in all the traditional clothing, Song stepped into this new world, and he was a little apprehensive. I mean, this was not a boardroom. The rules here were entirely different. But he wasn't just, going through the motions. In his own words, he was actively looking for a space to genuinely reflect on himself, a way to disconnect that was way more profound than the usual corporate stuff like karaoke or golf. Now, what's so fascinating here is how every single step was designed to force him to be present. The tiny room, let's be honest, physically uncomfortable way of sitting, the instruction to embody a historical figure, it all just stripped away the outside world and demanded his complete focus, right here, right now. And after all that, this intense mix of physical tension and deep mental relaxation, this was his simple comment. I feel very calm. For a man whose life was pretty much anything but calm, that's a really profound statement. But the experience wasn't just about feeling calm. It actually led to this amazing conversation where these two worlds, technology and tradition, actually started to find some common ground. Can you just imagine that? Here he is in this ancient, serene setting, totally surrounded by history, and the man who is literally building the future is asked to define his creation, not in technical terms, but in human ones. And Son's answer? Wow. It was incredibly simple and pure. He just cut through all the jargon and focused on the ultimate purpose of technology, human happiness. It's not about the network, right? It's about what the network actually does for people. And this is such a crucial point. The tea master saw Son's drive not just as plain old ambition, but as aspiration, something higher, something almost spiritual. And that's a central idea in the way of tea. Having a vision that's so strong, you'll endure anything to achieve it, not for the money, but to polish your own character. And you can tell this lesson really, really stuck with him. There's this great story from a couple years later at another gathering. Son had to take an emergency call. A disciple saw him on the phone, repeatedly bowing and humbly asking the person on the other end to believe in him. This show of non-arrogance, it was a core teaching of the ceremony, and it proved he'd truly absorbed its spirit. All right, so let's move to the final synthesis here and see how the tea master ultimately saw Son's character after this really profound meeting. You see, in the way of tea, the drink itself is supposed to be a reflection of your inner state. And Sohen's judgment of Son was simple: a pure, clear tea. He believed that Son's inner self, his core aspiration, was already in line with the purity and clarity that the ceremony is all about. Now, at the very end of the ceremony, there's this tradition. Each guest writes down a postscript, just a single word or a phrase that captures their thoughts. It's considered a moment of truth, like a little window into their soul. So after all of that, the tension, the reflection, the deep conversation, what single word do you think he wrote down? What could possibly unite the revolutionary storm of his business life with the incredible stillness he just found in that tiny tea room? He wrote one word: wind. He didn't reject his nature as this disruptive force. No. Instead, after this moment of reflection, he embraced it, but as a purified, clearer, more focused version of that force. He wasn't just creating a wind, he was the wind. So, at the end of the day, what this story really shows us is that these two worlds aren't really opposites at all. Stillness can actually clarify the storm. Aspiration can elevate ambition. And sometimes the quietest moments are what refine the most powerful forces. And that kind of leaves us with a question for you. In your own fast-paced life, what's your tea ceremony? What's that moment of stillness that doesn't just give you a break, but actually clarifies and strengthens the very ambition that drives you forward?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're jumping into the mind of tech visionary Masayoshi Son, right at a moment when the world was trying to figure out if he was building the future or just a massive house of cards.
All right, let's just start here. Imagine you're at the very peak of your career. You are the wealthiest person in your entire country. and you go on national television, only to have the most famous news anchor basically tell you right to your face that he thinks you're a fraud.
Well, that is exactly what happened to Masayoshi Son back in January of 2000. And this wasn't just some friendly chat. This was a high-stakes showdown at the absolute tippy top of the dot-com bubble. And honestly, people were completely mystified by him.
So, the central question on everyone's mind was pretty simple, but the answer was, well, it was anything but. What in the world did this man, Masayoshi Son, and his company SoftBank actually do?
And to really get why everyone was so confused, you have to understand the scale we're talking about. At the time, SoftBank was worth around 10 trillion yen. That's about $100 billion. It made them one of the top 5 most valuable companies in all of Japan. Huge.
And this is exactly why people were scratching their heads. They called themselves an internet conglomerate. But what does that even mean? They were starting a stock market, buying a bank, running Yahoo Japan, selling cars online. It was all over the place. They didn't make anything you could touch, like a car or a TV. They just seemed to be buying and selling ideas.
So naturally, the interviewer points this out. He suggests this huge valuation is nothing more than a temporary bubble. But Son, he doesn't even blink. Instead, he offers a totally different way of seeing things.
You see, in his mind, this wasn't just some short-term speculation. He wasn't just getting lucky and riding a wave. He truly believed that what everyone was calling a bubble was actually the start of a massive permanent change in how society works. And this right here, this is the key to his entire philosophy. He saw the internet not as some fad, but as the new foundation for the 21st century, as essential as cars and telephones had been for the 20th. He wasn't riding a bubble, he thought he was building the revolution itself.
Okay, but a big vision is one thing. You need a strategy to back it up. So how did he actually operate? Was he just being reckless, like his critics said? Was he really just a gambler betting the farm on a feeling?
His approach was unconventional, to say the least. He basically admitted his strategy was to make a whole bunch of high-risk bets. He got the math of the internet age. You just need one monster hit, like a Yahoo, and it can more than cover the losses from all the other companies that go to zero.
But here's the wild part. Even though he was playing with billions of dollars, his personal life was a completely different story. When the anchor asked about his salary, he just casually guessed it was maybe around 5 million yen a month. He said he didn't even really keep track. For the richest guy in the country, that was surprisingly low.
And this just shows you this incredible paradox. You have a guy taking these multi-billion-dollar risks with his company's future, but in his day-to-day life, he was famously frugal. He'd eat the same cheap convenience store meals as his staff. For him, the thrill was never about personal wealth.
In fact, he wasn't really a gambler in the traditional sense at all. The story goes, he tried it just one time, back when he was a student in Vegas. He lost every penny he had with him, and that was it. Lesson learned for life. For Son, business wasn't a game of chance. It was the ultimate stage for calculated, strategic risk.
Now, to really get a sense of Son's status and his vision at the time, you just have to look at the kind of people he was hanging out with. And in the tech world back then, there was no name bigger than Bill Gates.
These two called each other Bill and Masa. They had this deep friendship, and they saw their roles as two sides of the same coin. Gates was the genius technologist creating all the new software, while Son, Masa, was the guy building the entire global infrastructure for that technology to actually run on. Son actually treasured this handwritten note from Bill Gates. He said it was an incredible honor because it was validation from the one other person on Earth who truly understood the scale of the game they were both playing. Bill got it.
And that brings us to the story that takes Son's massive abstract vision and makes it totally concretely real. This is where the theory hits the ground and actually changes the fate of an entire country. So picture this. It's June 1998. South Korea is in the middle of a devastating financial crisis. The country's president sits down with the two most powerful men in tech, Masayoshi Son and Bill Gates, and he asks them for a lifeline. He says, "What's the one thing we should do?"
Son's answer was so simple, so focused, it's almost hard to believe. He just said, "Mr. President, there are 3 things. First of all, broadband. Second, broadband. And third, broadband. There is nothing else." And you got to give the president credit. He just honestly admitted, "I've never heard that word. What is broadband?" Son explained it was ultra-high-speed internet, the fundamental plumbing for the future. And after Bill Gates said he agreed 100%, the president, just based on their conviction, decided to go all in.
An executive order went out, and the result? It was absolutely staggering. In what felt like the blink of an eye, South Korea shot up to #1 in the world in broadband coverage, hitting 75%. Just look at that compared to Japan's 25% or America's tiny 5% at the time. Son's vision had literally just reshaped a nation's economy.
And this brings us right back full circle to his core belief, the one he was talking about on that TV show. He wasn't thinking about next quarter's profits. He was playing a much, much longer game. He was thinking about the next 50, even 100 years.
So what's the real takeaway from all this? Maybe it's that the line between a visionary and a charlatan is so incredibly thin. Because real, world-changing disruption, well, it always looks like a bubble from the outside. It requires someone to see a future that doesn't exist yet and bet everything on it. In hindsight, that bet can look like genius or it can look like delusion. And that leaves us with one really tough question. When everyone around you is screaming bubble, how do you spot the person who's quietly building a revolution?
Picture this. It's January 2001. We're inside the global headquarters of SoftBank, a massive empire of 800 companies, and its leader is about to make a decision that is going to make everyone think he has completely, utterly lost his mind. And just like that, with that stunning declaration, Masayoshi Son, one of the most powerful CEOs on the planet, effectively vanishes. He walks out of his office, abandons all his duties, and basically sets his entire multi-billion-dollar empire adrift. I mean, can you even imagine? That was the only question on everyone's lips. His secretaries, his top executives, the presidents of his companies, they were all just in total shock. They were thinking, is this a joke? Or has our boss, his lordship as they called him, truly gone insane? So, what happens next? Well, the immediate aftermath was just pure chaos. I mean, think about it. The head of a global conglomerate just says, you know what, I don't care, you all figure it out, and walks away. And get this, he wasn't off on some vacation. No, he had holed himself up in this small, nondescript little building right across the street. The entire fate of SoftBank now revolved around some top-secret project and one single mysterious individual. So who was this person that Son was willing to risk everything for? You might think it was some big-shot executive or a star negotiator, right? Nope. He was a quiet scientist. Let me introduce you to Takashi Tsutsui, a man with a meek voice and a kind of shy personality, but inside the company, he had this nickname, the Mad Scientist. To Masayoshi Son, though, he was something more. He was, and I quote, an absolute, undeniable genius. And you know what was holding up this top priority, world-changing project? You're not going to believe it. Paperwork, bureaucracy. See, Tsutsui was a pure scientist. He had no idea how to write a formal business proposal to get a budget. He couldn't get the equipment he needed because of a missing piece of paper. Son's response to this was swift and, frankly, brutal. He completely bulldozed the corporate red tape. He wasn't just clearing a path for Tsutsui, he was basically dynamiting it open. Okay, so what was this mad idea that was worth turning an entire company upside down for? It was a bet against the entire world's technological consensus, a huge gamble. At the time, every single broadband network on the planet ran on a technology called ATM. It was stable, it was proven. Tsutsui's idea was to build a network based purely on Internet Protocol, or IP. And this had never been done before on a national scale. Experts called the old way a clunky patchwork, but Son and Tsutsui saw their pure IP idea as simple and beautiful. And the potential payoff for this massive risk? Well, it can be summed up in one absolutely mind-boggling number. 100 times. Yeah, 100x. This wasn't just about being a little bit better, it was a revolutionary leap. Tsutsui's network promised to be 10 times faster for 1/10 of the price. That's a 100-fold improvement in cost performance. An advantage so huge it wouldn't just beat the competition, it would completely obliterate them. If it worked. But here's the thing about revolutionary ideas, right? Having one is the easy part. Convincing people it's not just some reckless fantasy, that's a whole other battle. And the pushback was immediate and it was fierce. Son actually arranged for Tsutsui to debate his idea with the world's top chief technology officers. For 3 straight days, they argued. And the verdict at the end, it was unanimous. Impossible. You're mistaken. It's too dangerous. Why? Well, there was simply no precedent for it. But the most stunning blow, the real gut punch, came from within. SoftBank's own engineers basically staged an uprising. They gave Son an ultimatum. Choose Tsutsui's crazy plan or choose them. They said they would not be part of such a reckless scheme. Son didn't even blink. He called their bluff. He was willing to lose his entire engineering team to move forward with just this one man. He was ready to go all in on this with Tsutsu. Now, this seems completely insane, right? A CEO betting his whole company on one guy against the advice of the entire world. But here's the thing. This wasn't an impulsive decision. It was a bet 20 years in the making. So why? What did Son see in this quiet scientist that nobody else could? Well, the answer wasn't in a business plan or some technical document. It was in their shared history. You see, their history went all the way back 2 decades, to a university club. Son saw Tsutsui genius even then. As a student, Tsutsui wrote a C language compiler all by himself, a feat Son put on par with a young Bill Gates. Even after Tsutsui became a medical doctor, Son sought him out, convincing him to join a revolution that would affect more lives. So this wasn't a bet on a theory. It was a bet on a person Son had known and trusted for 20 years. And so, with Son's unwavering support, the project moved forward at lightning speed. The rebellion from the engineers just ended, and the results started to speak for themselves. It didn't take years for them to be proven right. It took just 6 months. In half a year, half of the engineers who had threatened to walk out came forward and admitted it. Tsutsui was right. They were wrong. And what did this mad bet actually unleash on the world? Well, it was the foundation for pretty much everything we call the digital age. Phones running over the internet, video-on-demand services, the very way we download software and games, and the infrastructure that would make mobile internet and ubiquitous computing possible. Son wasn't just building a faster internet. He was building a new world. And in 2001, he and Tsutsui, the businessman and the mad scientist, turned the key and opened the door. Their story really shows that sometimes the biggest revolutions begin with a decision that looks like pure madness to everyone else. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What seemingly impossible bet is being made right now that will define the world we all live in tomorrow?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into this absolutely incredible story of a high-stakes corporate battle that, and I'm not exaggerating, reshaped an entire industry. It's a wild tale of bureaucracy, desperation, and a vision so powerful one man was willing to risk literally everything for it.
So, at the turn of the millennium, this wasn't just, some friendly advice in Japan's telecom industry. Oh no, it was an ironclad rule. NTT was this untouchable, unmovable force, a true corporate titan. And challenging them, well, that was basically considered business suicide. Period.
But there was one man, Masayoshi Son, the founder of SoftBank, who was about to do exactly that. He was basically ready to ignore every single warning and launch a direct assault on this giant, putting his company, his fortune, his entire reputation on the line for a fight he absolutely positively could not afford to lose.
All right, so to really get the scale of this battle, you first have to understand the giant that Son was squaring up against. And believe me, this wasn't just any big company.
See, NTT was the legacy of the old state telephone company. And even though it was privatized, it still controlled the entire physical infrastructure for communication in Japan. I'm talking everything. The poles on the street, the pipes underground, the central offices connecting it all. They owned the whole shebang. They weren't just a player in the game. They owned the entire stadium.
And here's what makes this story just astounding. Son decided to wage this war when his own company was on its knees. I mean, the dot-com bubble had just burst, and SoftBank's market value had completely collapsed. It was worth a mere 1/40th of its peak. They were so vulnerable, financially speaking. And yet, this is the moment Son chose to go all in. Just incredible.
But, right in the middle of this corporate winter, a little crack of daylight appeared. A change in Japanese law gave Sony the exact opening he'd been waiting for. maybe his entire career. So, in January 2001, Japan passes something called the IT Basic Law. The whole point was to stir up competition, break up monopolies, and really jumpstart the nation's digital economy. For most people, it was just policy. But for Masayoshi Son, it was a declaration of war. He immediately decided to bet the entire company on a new high-speed internet service, Yahoo BB.
And this quote from Son himself, man, it just says it all. This wasn't just some calculated business move. No, this was personal. He saw this as his destiny. This was the moment he could finally bring a real internet revolution to Japan, and there was no way he was going to let it pass him by. But of course, NTT had zero intention of just rolling over. They weren't about to compete on price or technology. No, instead, they decided to fight back with their most powerful weapon, paperwork. NTT's strategy was, honestly, a masterclass in malicious compliance. See, legally, they couldn't just say no to competitors. So instead, they created an absolute bureaucratic nightmare. Get this, a single typo on a form could cause a 2-month delay. When SoftBank asked to use their unused dark fiber optic cables, NTT was like, nope, can't find any. When they needed power for their equipment in NTT's facilities, whoops, suddenly there were no available power sources. It was death by 1,000 paper cuts, plain and simple.
And the crazy part is, the public was starving for this. In just 2 weeks, 500,000 people signed up for Yahoo BD, but they were all just left waiting, stuck in limbo. Son had the customers, he had the tech, but he couldn't physically connect a single one of them because NTT was blocking him at every single turn.
Son actually saw this whole conflict in these epic historical terms. He compared it to Japan's Bakumatsu era, when these small, revolutionary clans with modern firearms overthrew the massive shogunate that was still fighting with swords. To him, NTT was the old guard, fighting with the rusty sword of bureaucracy. And SoftBank, they were the small, nimble force, armed with a brand new, superior weapon, IP technology. What that means is they could use the internet's own language to send data way more efficiently and cheaply than NTT's old telephone-based systems. It gave him a massive strategic advantage, if he could ever just get it connected.
Okay, so his company is bleeding cash, his customers are getting impatient, and these bureaucratic walls are just closing in. Son realized that playing nice, making polite requests, filing formal complaints, it was getting him absolutely nowhere. He decided he had only one move left, a final, desperate, and frankly, shocking act.
Look, he'd gone to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, the government regulators, again and again and again. He complained, he presented all this evidence, but the official in charge, he would just listen and do nothing. So, what do you do when the referee in the match refuses to even make a call?
Well, on June 29, 2001, inside that official's office, Son made his final unbelievable plea. He said that if the government didn't use its authority to force NTT to open its network, he'd hold a press conference, announce the death of his business, and then he would come right back to the ministry and set himself on fire. Right there.
And from what we know, the official in that room understood this was not some theatrical bluff. Not at all. This was the sound of a man who had pushed every last chip he had to the center of the table and was now being told he couldn't even play his hand. It was just raw, absolute desperation.
And you know what? It worked. The sheer gravity of that threat just shattered the bureaucratic inertia. That very night, the official called Son, and miraculously, NTT had suddenly found the dark fiber optic cables they needed. All of a sudden, NTT was willing to negotiate. The logjam was finally broken.
But that victory, that single, hard-won breakthrough, it came at a staggering price. This war had taken a huge toll, not just on SoftBank's finances, but on Masayoshi Son himself.
Just look at these numbers. The company was absolutely hemorrhaging money to build out its network and sign up customers, all while fighting NTT tooth and nail. In 2002 and 2003, SoftBank posted 2 of the biggest losses in its entire history. We're talking nearly 180 billion yen. These were essentially the war funds Son had to burn through to keep the fight going.
And him? He poured his entire being into this fight. He was working until 3 or 4 in the morning every single day. No weekends, no holidays. He even gave up golf, which was his only hobby. If a network system went down, he'd personally drive out to the site to help fix it. His phone was on 24/7 for his engineers. He was completely, 100% all in.
But here's the part that's truly remarkable. While his company is announcing these just catastrophic losses, Son's public attitude was one of pure, unbridled excitement. It's wild.
He said this right after announcing a 92 billion yen loss. It just reveals his incredible mindset, doesn't it? He didn't see all that red ink as a failure, not at all. He saw it as the investment he had to make to unlock a much, much bigger treasure chest. He was trying to be the catalyst for the entire digital information era in Japan. And his conviction paid off. And it paid off fast. Just 3 months after announcing that record-breaking loss, the Yahoo BB business actually turned profitable. In that same month, it hit 3 million subscribers. The bet had worked. The giant was defeated. And in the process, Japan's slow, expensive internet was transformed into one of the fastest and cheapest in the entire world.
So this whole story leaves us with a really powerful question, doesn't it? To topple a deeply entrenched monopoly, to truly spark a revolution, does it require a leader whose conviction is so strong it borders on reckless, someone who's willing to risk total financial ruin and, in one desperate moment, even their own life? It's something to think about. Thanks for joining this explainer.
You know, they say every leader faces a crisis, but for a rare few, that crisis becomes the one moment that defines their entire career. It's the fire that forges who they are. This is that story for SoftBank's Masayoshi Son. It's about how a catastrophic data leak didn't just test him, it showed the world the very core of his leadership.
Oh, okay, just imagine this for a second. This number lands on your desk. 4.52 million. That's how many of your customers' private personal records have just been stolen. So what's your next move? For Masayoshi Son, back in 2004, this wasn't some training exercise. This was terrifyingly real. All right, so let's set the scene here. SoftBank's broadband service, Yahoo BB, was a huge deal in Japan. They were growing like crazy, signing up customers left and right. But while everything looked great on the surface, a total disaster was brewing behind the scenes, one that was about to threaten the entire company. And things went from bad to worse fast. I mean, look at this timeline. It all kicks off on January 7th with a threat from an extortionist. Barely a week later, it's so serious that the CEO, Son himself, has to get involved. A few days after that, boom, the demand is for billions of yen. And even while the cops are secretly investigating, the whole thing leaks to a national newspaper. We're talking less than 2 months for this to go from an internal problem to a full-blown public nightmare.
So the story's out. Panic is spreading. What do most CEOs do? They hide behind their PR team, right? They delegate. Well, Son, he did the complete opposite. He jumped right into the fire, taking personal, direct, and immediate control of everything. And what's the first thing he does? He picks up the phone. And these are literally the first words out of his mouth. Now, who do you think he's calling? His lawyers? His top executives? Nope. He personally called the high-tech crime unit at the Tokyo Police Department. From the very first second, he was taking this on himself. You can really see his process here, even in the middle of all this chaos. Step 1, get your own house in order, form an internal team. Step 2, don't mess around, call the top cops. And step 3, and this is a big one, do whatever it takes to help them, even if it means authorizing a super risky meeting with the blackmailer. There was just no hesitation, just bang, 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 decisive action. Okay, so the police are on it, but now the whole world knows. The next battle is in the court of public opinion, and this is where Son's response goes from just good leadership to something nobody had ever seen before. Now, you gotta understand who this guy is. Masayoshi Son has this reputation for being incredibly tough. I mean, he'd been through massive financial disasters before, huge business failures, and through it all, he never flinched. He never bowed his head just because he lost money.
But this time was different. At the press conference, in front of everyone, he did something nobody expected. He bowed. And I'm not talking about a little head nod. This was a deep, long, public bow of apology. It sent a powerful message. Losing his customers' trust, that was a failure way, way worse than losing any amount of money.
And you can bet there was a huge fight about this behind the scenes. One of the foreign board members was basically arguing for the classic corporate playbook. Deny, defend, don't pay a dime. You'll just encourage more criminals. But Son's answer was just radical. He said, no, we're going to apologize and we're going to compensate everyone. And not just the 4.5 million people whose data was stolen, every single one of their 5.9 million subscribers.
And the price tag for that decision? A whopping 4 billion yen. That's what it cost them to mail out a 500 yen postal money order, a real physical apology to every single customer. I mean, that's putting your money where your mouth is. Just an astonishing act of accountability.
And at that same press conference, there was no corporate jargon, no blaming some low-level employee or some faceless hacker. He just looked everyone in the eye and said this. He owned it completely. And then he stood there for 2 hours and answered every single question thrown at him.
But look, an apology and some cash are one thing. Son knew that was just the beginning. He had to prove he meant it. And what came next wasn't just patching a hole in the wall. It was tearing down the whole building and constructing a fortress from scratch.
And this right here, this is the core of that change. It's a total philosophical shift. Son basically admitted, our old way of thinking was built on trust, this idea that people are fundamentally good. This crisis completely shattered that. It forced him to build a new system based on the exact opposite idea. Assume the worst. Assume people are always trying to break in.
And when I say fortress, I'm not kidding. This new philosophy became a physical reality. They turned an entire floor into a high-security zone. We're talking fingerprint scanners and metal detectors just to get in. No phones, no notepads. You literally couldn't have anything in your pockets. It was like something out of a spy movie.
And the digital lockdown was just as intense. They made it impossible to copy files. Every single click, every keystroke was logged around the clock. But here's the craziest part. The number of people who could even look at customer data went from 135 all the way down to just 3. 3 people.
So you see, for Son, this was never just about plugging a leak. His goal was way bigger. He made it his mission to use this disaster to build the world's absolute best security system. He was determined to turn this epic failure into his company's greatest strength.
But here's where the story gets even more interesting. This isn't just a masterclass in crisis management. For Son, this whole nightmare became fuel for his bigger vision. It actually strengthened his resolve. He realized that to build the future he imagined for Japan, his company had to be indestructible.
Think about it. A disaster of this scale could have completely derailed his entire ambition. But instead, it seems like it just made everything clearer for him. He wasn't just selling internet service. He was trying to start an information revolution. And he learned the hard way that you can't build a revolution on shaky ground. You need a foundation of absolute trust.
And this quote really sums up his entire mindset, doesn't it? He just doesn't run away from problems. He runs towards them, head on. He has this powerful belief that you can take any negative, any disaster, and turn it into fuel to move forward.
All right, now this next part, this gives us a really fascinating and honestly pretty controversial peek inside his head. He uses this analogy of being the captain of a sinking ship. And he says, to save the ship and most of the crew, a captain has to be willing to do ruthless things, like cut down a mast, or even throw a disobedient sailor overboard. For him, getting to the destination, that's all that matters. Which really brings us to this final, tough question. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Masayoshi Son saved the ship. He rebuilt trust. He built an absolute fortress. But that analogy, it shows a leadership style where the end goal justifies almost any means. So it really makes you think, in the pursuit of a great vision, to save the ship, do you have to become a tyrant to do it? Where's that line? All right, let's dive into one of the most unbelievable business gambles in modern history. Seriously, this is a story about a legendary entrepreneur, a 2 trillion yen bet, and a decision that pretty much everyone thought was absolute madness. Just look at that number, 1.75 trillion yen. Back in 2006, this was the second largest corporate acquisition ever. You'd think a number that huge would be for some thriving world-class company, right? Well, this is where the story gets really interesting. Yeah, that massive price tag, it wasn't for a rising star. It was for Vodafone Japan, a company that was, by all accounts, a complete disaster. The public, the analysts, even his own board members were convinced Masayoshi Son was basically buying a one-way ticket to bankruptcy. And that is the big question, isn't it? Why would one of Japan's smartest business minds risk his entire empire on a company that everybody else had already written off? Well, the answer, believe it or not, lies in a 50-year plan he wrote when he was just 19 years old. So, just how bad was Vodafone Japan? I mean, to really get the sheer scale of Son's bet, you have to understand the mess he was willingly walking into. This wasn't just a fixer-upper, this thing was a total teardown. The problems were literally everywhere. The phones couldn't get a signal.
The handsets themselves were clunky and nobody wanted them. Their content couldn't hold a candle to rivals like Docomo. And, to top it all off, the management was a mess. Analysts were actually predicting a 30% customer drop-off, which would have sent the company straight into a death spiral.
And look, this wasn't some big secret. Son knew exactly what he was getting himself into. He said it himself, the brand was tarnished. He wasn't just buying a business, he was buying a huge reputational crisis that he and he alone would have to fix.
Okay, so if the business was so terrible, what on earth was Son seeing that no one else was? To figure that out, we have to look past the spreadsheets and get inside the mind of the man himself. Because this wasn't just a business deal for him, it was destiny.
This is just incredible. When he was only 19 years old, Masayoshi Son literally mapped out his entire life in 10-year chunks. In his 20s, he'd start a company. In his 30s, he'd build up cash, his war funds. And then look at his 40s. Make a once-in-a-lifetime bet.
Now, think about that for a second. At the time of this crazy Vodafone deal, Masayoshi Son was 49 years old. He was right at the end of the decade that he had set aside for making his life's single biggest move. So for him, this wasn't reckless. It was right on schedule.
And he couldn't have been more clear about it. He saw this as the moment his entire life had been building towards. It was time to push all the chips into the middle of the table. This was never just about buying a telecom company. It was about fulfilling a mission he'd set for himself 3 decades earlier.
So he had the vision. He had the life plan. But there was just one tiny little problem. He was about 2 trillion yen short. How he solved that? Well, it's a total masterclass in financial wizardry.
So here was the puzzle. The price tag was almost 2 trillion yen. The cash SoftBank could actually come up with? Only 200 billion. That is a massive, massive gap. How in the world could he pull this off without bankrupting his own company in the process?
He used something called a leveraged buyout, and it was brilliant. Okay, so follow me here. First, SoftBank puts in its 200 billion to buy all the common stock. That gives them 100% control and all the potential profit down the line. Second, he gets partners to buy safer preferred shares. Third, and this is the absolute genius part, the banks loan the remaining 1.2 trillion yen directly to the new company he just bought, not to SoftBank itself. This shielded his core business from all that debt. And finally, how would that huge loan get paid back? Using the cash that was already flowing in from Vodafone's 15 million customers.
Son's own words just sum it up perfectly. He structured the deal so that the absolute worst-case scenario for SoftBank was losing the 200 billion they put in. But if he could turn that ship around, the upside was basically unlimited. It was a calculated risk on a scale that is just hard to comprehend.
So the deal was done. The financing was in place. Now for the hard part, actually turning this sinking ship around. And Son launched an all-out war on the market. He rebranded the company, started a famous ad campaign, and most importantly, he landed an exclusive deal that changed everything, bringing the iPhone to Japan. And wow, did it work. This chart just shows you the incredible turnaround. Before the deal, Vodafone Japan was just bleeding customers. After Son took over, that trend didn't just stop, it slammed into reverse, shooting them from dead last to first place in new subscriber growth. And then came the symbolic moment. Just about a year after the acquisition, they hit #1 for the month, something that company hadn't done in over a decade. You can just imagine the psychological boost that gave everyone. The ship wasn't sinking anymore, it was flying.
The subscriber growth was amazing, sure, but what about the money, the bottom line? Well, this number says it all. In the mobile business alone, profits grew 1.7 times. This was it. This was the definitive financial proof that the crazy bet was paying off big time.
And that success created a massive ripple effect. The cash and the confidence from the mobile division fueled this incredible V-shaped recovery for the entire SoftBank group. The skeptics, they were officially silenced.
So the financial victory was undeniable. But to really get what happened here, we need to go one level deeper and understand the philosophy that drives a person to make a bet that goes against everything everyone else believes.
It really comes down to this idea: indomitable resolve. It's about holding on to your biggest dream with everything you have and just refusing to back down. For Son, that dream wasn't just to run a phone company. It was to lead an information revolution.
And nothing captures that spirit better than his own words. I mean, this isn't how a normal CEO talks. This is the language of a revolutionary. He wasn't playing to compete.
He was playing to win, and to win by a landslide. That's the mindset that let him see a massive opportunity where everyone else saw only ruin.
And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Son's story isn't just about a brilliant deal. It's really a testament to having a long-term vision and just an unshakable belief in yourself. It makes you wonder, right? What is it that allows someone to see a future that's invisible to everyone else, and then have the courage to bet it all to make that future real?